disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that the violence or any student because of their action, it will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bwaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital Rosemont, small road, B road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we kill Joe, he killed Joseph Boaga. Boaga still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boaga president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boaga, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, yearly Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the Boaga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to the country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for a technical delay there. Our guys are all over the place chasing lawyers and defendants and politicians and people of interest on this particular case. Today is a special edition. I am Jerome Gayman, your brother and son from Grand Bassa. We'll be here today to discuss issues in Liberia, particularly the breaking news in the Republic of Liberia, the case against the former finance minister Samuel Dopoh. Dopoh and his co-defendants have been in court for years. They are defending themselves against the state. And today we are now going to hear from Dopoh and his supporters and his legal team. It was quite a drama today. Liberia was on edge. The supporters of this government wanted to make a point. They went into the ocean, not a pond, but the ocean. They went into the ocean and they wanted to grab the bigger fish next to the whale himself. The whale in the ocean is George Weah, but the next bigger shark to him is Samuel D12. D12 is the man that they wanted to make a statement on. If the president of the Republic of Liberia is immune and is protected by the law, maybe then his underlings can be hooked, persecuted, and jailed. That would be the closest to the seat of power. If you can't get former President George Weah, you need to get his able lieutenant. And number one on our list has always been D12. All of the opposition from day one. If you cannot get Weah, you get D12. That is, and that was, and has always been the case with the opposition. And when they took state power, they decided to enact and act upon that threat by going right after him, going for the jugular. The conspiracy fell apart when they decided to indict Pewee and took to the airwaves and said that Pewee had absconded the country. He was in hiding. And a warrant for his arrest, his living body to be brought back to Liberia in a court. All of a sudden, Pewee turns up at the airport, turns himself in, say, I have never absconded the country, never and never will I. He said, besides my faith in God, I believe and trust the Constitution of this Liberian government, the Liberian state, the Liberian Constitution. He says, I will live and die by the Constitution. He said, no court of law despite the fact that the power that be wanted to be revisionist, they wanted to rewrite history. They wanted to rewrite the law, wanted to rewrite the Constitution and interpret it in their own way. He told his supporters, he said, guys, stand still Believe in God, ye believe in me, for I have done nothing wrong, and the laws will bear me out. Those are the words of Samuel D. Twere, the former finance minister for the Republic of Liberia under the CDC government, led by former President George Myean. Well, let me remind you that today the show is so special that D3 Radio FM 93.3, D3 Radio FM, D3 TV is relaying what we are doing here, what we are saying here. This particular program is being actually relayed by the Bokri City, Joazon District, Electoral District number 3, Sano County. We want to send a shout out to all of our friends by way of D3 Radio FM 93.3. This is how important, how special this particular program is today, that the folks in District number 3 and all over Sino County, they have tuned in to listen to this particular show. And we want to send a shout out to all of our brothers and sisters in Sino who are dancing. This is your son. That the government tried to use as a sacrificial lamb. But just in case you never took Liberian history, you will know that the people from the Southeast, particularly the Kru folks, they are warriors in every sense. Kinetically, they can fight. Physically, intellectually, they got no match. People that has the world view than nobody else. Maybe the Bassa people, Grand Bassa. But when we are talking about intellectual heavyweights, we have to give the heavyweight champion belt to Sino. They have fought the system from the very inception. So much so that 1914, under the leadership of the late President Daniel E. Howard, the Kru Kings, the Crow Kings were called to a fake peace conference. When they sat down with anticipation of talking peace, they were gunned down, all 78 of them. The entire crown, king, and kingdom were brought to a halt. The first major political assassination, execution. So yes, history will remain as it is until the nation called Liberia faces the truth. No matter how hard and how deep in the truth seems to be crushed to earth, it will rise. D2 picked up that mantle and ran with it to the finish line. He says, I will not compromise. I will not take a plea bargain. my faith and my belief in the Constitution of the Republic will set me free. Everybody in Sano D3 Radio, I want you to listen to what your son has done. In these United States, they say two people you do not fight. City Hall, which means government. They have all the resources, they have power, they can do anything they want to do. And the second group that you dare fight in the United States are journalists, the media. And you know what they say? They say the reason you cannot fight and win the media in the United States is that they buy ink by the bucket. And paper by the pallet. That means they will write, and as long as there's a tree left in the jungle, you know, papers are made out of tree, they will keep writing. Now that we have gone digital, it's even worse. So you cannot beat the media. You may beat them into submission at times, but not all of them. So yes, history has a way of repeating itself. Of all people, you think this particular unity government would have understood that the easiest way to make hero out of somebody is to erroneously accuse them and persecute them with the attempt to vanquish them and their reputation. Unity Party did it to you name it, Akoros Gray, Molu. They did it to I guess they wouldn't say it was them, but it was under their administration that Rodney Sear was sent to jail for what, 300 years? It was under their administration that Costa was also incarcerated. So yes, instead of us talking about what's going on at the border, the economic situation in the country, we are trying to persecute innocent men and women for their association. So today, if you are a Liberian, be proud of this judgment. Even if you are skeptical. And there are many who will say, what happens if this guy was not the famous detour? What happens if there was a regular James Cully Galakbai that was dragged to court and he didn't have the fame and the money to hire the best lawyers in the country? What would have happened to James Galakbai? If you are a poor woman who don't have any connection and your name is Telvi Cole and they drag you into the courts, where is justice? That's why everybody will be asking, where is justice? Like the young lady that was disrobed. A young lady that was riding, going, she left home thinking she's going to her destination, wherever she was going. Some idiot, barbarian Neanderthal walking around Monrovia grabbed her and disgracefully disrobed, took off her clothes and said what she was wearing were against their culture. Where is justice for this young lady? Is it true in Liberia that justice is reserved for the powerful and the rich and the famous? But that's a show for another day. But today we are going to be celebrating this particular verdict. And if time permits, we are going to be inviting Anthony Johnson here to come and give us some education as to how this went down. You know, most people don't like to come on this platform because of our headlines. The motto here is you have to bring substance because we do not accept conspiracies. And no G's involved when it comes to matters of this matter. The importance of this particular case requires no G's, no suppositions. It has to be substantive. So if you do not have the numbers, if you don't have the figures, and you don't have the facts, this is not where you need to be. You need to go somewhere else. Because we are going to hold your feet to the fire, we are going to ask those critical questions, and we are going to be firing all cylinders. Yes, we're going to be critical. This is great for our democracy, it's great for our justice system. Even though some of us who are skeptical will say, what happens if you didn't have the best lawyers in town, and you didn't have the fame and the notoriety, and if you didn't have the support of powerful individuals? So what is it? Are we going to say you got what? 3 or 5 people on they were on trial for the exact same crimes. And the top 2 officers of the court, or that were brought to court, they were not found guilty, but their deputies were. It's like taking me to court for stealing government money because I receive funding from the state and from the federal government for what I do. I sign all the contracts, I do everything. Then the federal government says, well, we charge you, you are not guilty, but your secretary is guilty of the crime that you support to have committed. So how could you find Honorable D12 free? And then his deputy guilty? So let's look at what's going on in Monrovia. I've been scouting and looking at different headlines and going to the different chat room and different gossip rooms and everything else. And I'm loving what I'm seeing, but I will stick with the reputable newspapers. Then I went to the Daily Observer, that is, we can say, government friendly. And they are mute on this subject. They have nothing. The front page had nothing. They didn't say anything about this case. The once great Daily Observer, a story of this magnitude, everybody's going to breaking news except the Daily Observer. If you went to the Liberia investigators, the front page would say, jury acquit Pewee in $6.2 million economic sabotage case. And then if you went across the street to Front Page Africa, we had the reporter Willie N. Topa, May 8, 2026, says, the headline says, state humiliated. Jury clears Pewee. Orders our government's high-profile economic sabotage collapses in court. And then you see this. Yes. This is Councillor Arthur Johnson and D12. He said the state is humiliated. Jury clears Pewee. Orders our government high-profile economic sabotage case collapses in the court. Then I flipped over to the Daily Observer and zero. As though nothing happened. The Liberian Daily Observer. The name of that paper says it is a paper for the people. But it doesn't sound like the Liberian Daily Observer. It sounds like a Unity Party Observer. The least you can do is carry the news. It's breaking news. Everybody, all reporters was at the court. Before the verdict was read, all media institutions were informed that the case have gone to the jury. And when the jury, the supervisor of the jury, when they brought their note to the judge and said, we have a verdict. The media was informed and said, ladies and gentlemen, we have a verdict. Where was the Daily Observer? Melvin Jackson reports that the jury acquits Pewee in a $6.2 million economic sabotage case. That's Melvin for the Liberia investigator. And this is the photo they chose to go with. Smiling faces. This is why we tell you when we come on this particular platform, we have done our due diligence. We have read the papers, the credible newspapers, we have read them. We have listened to journalists, real journalists. And we bring you the facts, and you decide. It is 5:37. If you are in Central Time, you are 2 hours behind us. We understand. It's 3 o'clock going 4 o'clock where you are. If you are in Liberia, you are 4 hours ahead of us. So it is 9:38 p.m. in Grand Bassa County, Buchanan, or Kehleboe, or Benjamin. Oh, somebody's, yes, from Johnsonville too. Yes, absolutely. And actual fact, I want me to, when we're talking some serious stuff, some of the numbers are what should I say? It is so horrendous that it makes you laugh. Actual factors in the Republic of Liberia Justice Ministry, they are so bad that conviction rate is 0.000009%. Those of you, even those of you who are bad in math, like I am, I know the more zero you got behind the point meaning less. Not 0.01, not 0.001, but 0.000009% conviction rate. So if you got money and you got the resources in Liberia, your chances of being found guilty for especially economic crime is 99.999% good, and you would never be convicted. Some people will say, you know what, let the government get out of this persecution business because Liberia just... This is why I like Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf had tried so many cases and lost all. I think she said she tried 87. And she lost 86 or the 87. She got so frustrated, she said, you know what, I'm not gonna take these people to court anymore. I'm just going to make them shame, indict them, and let this indictment hang over them. And let me try them in the public opinion, the court of public opinion. Because I can't take the defeat anymore. That was Ellen Joseph Boakai. That was the Ellen and Joseph. You think President Joseph Boakai would have learned something? And say, you know, if we do not have, like in the United States, what the folks would do, the prosecutor would get together and say, you know what, if this is a winnable case, if it's not winnable, they would drop it. Especially a high-profile case like this one where you're trying to make a point. Honorable Twitter said this was a witch hunt from the get-go. A smart prosecutor would have said, you know what? This case is too fishy. I don't think we have all of our cards on the table. Let us, no matter what the people say, no matter what our partisans are saying, no matter what the Rescue Rambo is saying, this one doesn't look like we can win it. So let us just go and, like Alice Cummings said, let us just go and bullshit. Say we indicted him and just leave it. Instead, you are going hoping that you can work some miracle or manipulate the system. You brought in the first pool of jurors. You, the persecuting arm of the government, you brought in your own jury system and the selected jurors, and you said, no, we don't want all of these people, and you broke the whole thing down, and they dismissed order, and they started all over, thinking you were bringing in a cohort of people that would lean your way, turning and twisting. At one time, even the state said, you know what? We need to take this case out of Monrovia because too many people in Monrovia are here about this case. Let's carry it to FOIA. Let's carry the case to FOIA. Nobody would know. And somebody said, no, FOIA, you know, that's let's take it to some place in Kehleboe called Nyenwolo. And somebody said, no, man, Kehleboe too close. I'm supposing somebody might have said, let's take it to Peabody. They said, no, that's part of the Southeast. You don't want to go there. So they said, but that's where we're going to go now. So they changed the jury pool. They threw everybody out, brought in a new group. And if you follow the case closely, sometimes I wonder whether these people in Liberia think we are all stupid. You are persecuting somebody for fraud, and then they say bring the copy of the checks that were in cash. Let's look at the signatures. Let's look at who cashed the check. Let's see to whom the check was written, who endorsed the check, who cashed the check, who authorized the check. The prosecutors shamelessly brought in a copy, photocopies of documents. The defendant fired back and said, no, thank you, but no thanks. Gave us the original document from which the copies were made. And the prosecution got stuck. They said, we don't have the original. So if you don't have the original, how did you make the copy? Where did the copy come from? The copies got to come from the original. Where are the originals? Prove to us beyond all reasonable doubt how these people personally benefited from the encashment of these checks. Were the check made up to them? No. Did they personally cash the check? No. Did they personally get the money? No. Do you by any means have any videos or audios of these people going down behind some in the back of the central bank in the dark room and dividing money? Do you have any video? He said, no. Do you have any photographs? No. Do you have any witnesses seeing them? You know, people spying to see it. They were dividing the $6 million. No. I think if I were advising President Joseph Boakai, Justice Minister Pewee should be fired. In my estimation, he is incompetent. Any lawyer that's supposed to be the finders of facts, who tries to suppress the facts to obtain his personal objective, does not deserve the title of Justice Minister. He can be any minister, but not justice. I want to send a shout out to all of our brothers and sisters and our viewers in Grand Crew County, George Taw, Says, I am watching from Southtown, Grand Crew, Flex Electronics, 4769 is a waste of time and plenty of money from the government. Yes, I agree. And he made that comment based on the theory, resource management versus output. Doesn't make sense. If you spend that much money, what's the outcome? What was the expectation? If the expectation for spending $6 million to prosecute somebody, whatever the amount is, if the outcome is zero, then you have wasted time and money and resources that we don't have. Money that could have gone to hospitals, money could have gone to schools, children sitting on the floor. Instead, we want to get back at one guy. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. Let me remind you, though, today is the last day we're going to be on here discussing Mother's Day for 2026. The next time we come back, our next broadcast is going to be on Monday. We are not going to be talking about Mother's Day anymore. It will have been over, done, kaput. So you need to start getting ready today and tomorrow. Sunday, you better send Happy Mother's Day greetings, whether it is doing some good for somebody who is motherly in your life. Your real mother, stepmother, whoever brought you up, whoever raised you, that played that motherly figure, you better be ready to send her Happy Mother's Day greetings on Sunday. And Bumbo Mumbo Toma. So I'm watching you live from Calabar City, Colahon, Lofa County, way out there. Thank you very much. We're going from the farthest southeast to the north, from Southtown, Grand Crew, and we are in Lofa, Colahon, Lofa County. Thank you very much for tuning in. Share the show. Send in your comments. Don't forget to send a shout out to your mother. Mother's Day is this Sunday. Your mother. She doesn't have to be your biological mother, somebody who played a motherly role in your life. Most of you, your grandmother brought you up, or your stepmother brought you up, or when your mother passed, your sister stepped in, your auntie stepped in, whoever, they are all mothers, and you have to wish them well. And if you have a wife in the house or out of the house, you better get busy. If you don't treat your wife as the mother of the home, even if she doesn't have a biological child, but she's the mother of the home, she's the pillow, you better send her. Get ready. My wife had already put me on notice. Say, every Mother's Day, you take me and the children, you take us out to go have lavish dinner. Give me flowers and all that stuff. No. You cannot take me out and eat the food that you have for me. You and your children sit there, you eat the same food that I'm supposed to eat. You eat all the food and you say, Happy Mother's Day. Was that for me or for you guys? She said, nope. In addition to that, I need something memorable. And she left it as that. So if you take your wife out for dinner, she is saying, the women are saying now, that's not for them because you are eating their food too. The women are getting smart. They cuddle with you guys. You know, you're hungry, you say, I'm not going to eat. When me and my wife go out, I'm going to eat. You are not doing it for her, you're doing it for yourself as well. Nope, they don't want that anymore. Get something for her that is memorable. And then in addition, if you want to go out and have a dinner with her, that's fine. But when she leaves dinner, she wants something nice. Whether it's an earring or necklace or bracelets or whatever. That's for her. That's what mommies get. Not just bouquet of flower, dinner, chocolate. No, 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 no. Mother, I said, no, man, we listen, I cook every day, I eat every day. I don't want anything to do with food. Don't take me out. So do something special for your wife or for your mother, something she can remember. Not after dinner, 2 hours later, you know what you do when you eat a lot. You go to the bathroom and it's gone. So mothers deserve something special. Do something special. Go to the mall. Go to the local shop. Shop locally. Go to the local shop. Get something special. It doesn't have to be expensive. It just has to be memorable. If you are a wood carver, carve something nice for your wife. If you are a carpenter, do something special that she can remember. Something memorable for the special women. So don't come here Monday telling me you forgot about your wife, or you forgot about the woman in your life, or forgot about your daughter, or the women in your life, they are motherly. So if you have a dog or cat in the house and the dog has a baby, that's a mother. She plays a motherly role. Be nice to your dog. Be nice to your pets. Mercy, see first. The other question, a big question for me. I can't answer that question. But yes, guys, be nice to your wives, to your mothers. This Sunday, I want to remind you, is Mother's Day. If you have a special shout out for a special woman in your life, your mother, would like to hear it, put it in the chat, and we will send a shout out to your mom. Don't forget, let us know what's on your mind. I know this is what's on everybody's mind today, and we'll talk about it because this is huge. But in the meantime, there are other things happening in Liberia that we need to talk about. We will talk about them all today. Specifically, this one is a special. But besides that, there are other things that are happening. Talking about Mother's Day Sunday. A young lady left her home and was going to town. A young lady left her home, dressed nicely as she saw fit. And some barbarians, some bunch of animals, Neanderthals, decided that what she was wearing they didn't like. So they tore her clothes off, stripped her naked. These are people who now they have assembled and crowned themselves as the morality police in Liberia. And they are going around and grabbing women, sexually molesting them, violently violating their rights. We are violating women. We are talking about Mother's Day this coming Sunday. and men in Liberia 2026. What has our nation produced? How do we get here? All men in the Republic of Liberia should be shouting at the top of their lungs that this does not represent us. Mr. Justice Minister, you are a loser. You lose all your cases in court. But this one, the white people call low-hanging fruits because you have the perpetrators on film. They are not hiding. It was done broad daylight. You know who they are. Women are human beings. They are mothers. They are breadwinners. They are everything and more. These are the things that we are talking about. Do you think if a Yuri or a Coleman or a Talbot or a D12's daughter was walking or a weird daughter was walking down the street, no matter how she dressed, will you attack her? No. As usual, there is either slow justice for the poor or no justice at all. Johnson Morris Kelvin says, I'm watching you right now from Bembertown, Robertsfield Highway. Thank you for tuning in. A group of wolves, animals, grab a young lady, stripped her naked, sexually assaulted her because they believed that the dress she was wearing was either too tight or too short. So they took it upon themselves to say, if you dress like this, whatever you have on, we might as well take all off. So if you are upset because she's wearing tight clothes or short clothes, how does that serve any purpose? You are going from little to nothing. It is this kind of movement that the president of the Republic of Liberia that loves to talk parables. This is when you need to come and talk the parables. The president of the Republic of Liberia said, those dogs don't live in this country. They don't live here. They just bark. Well, the real dogs were right there. President Walker said, those dogs don't live here. Don't mind them. They don't live here. We live here. Those people that attacked that innocent woman are the real dogs. Wolf packs, those are the dogs. And just when you thought the dogs were in the diaspora, oh, President Walker, you were not looking close enough. We are going to be monitoring this particular case. We will follow it. And then children usually mimic the dominant figure in a house, which is mostly the father. If the state, the Republic of Liberia, when they were breaking down the CDC headquarters in Monrovia, they stripped an innocent woman naked and paraded her in the streets. Most recently, when we saw the young folks from the University of Liberia, they were marching April 14, they were calling for what? Job and justice. We saw how the state handled those women. Drag them, beat them. You see the trend. We are going from the top, where justice is supposed to reside, all the way down to red light, down there. So if the state can do this, why not us? In civilized countries, usually women will arrest other women. They will put women in the care of other women. Women will be in charge of other women. The women police force will come and handle the women. In Liberia, grown-ass men they were rare as men to disrespect women. Where they grew up, their father beat their wives, their father beat their mothers. They take the same attitude into law enforcement. They have no regard for women. Those same young people you saw on the streets, disrobing a woman, tearing her clothes off, came from those same homes, from those same traditions. Those villagers, those cavemen, cave children, brought a cave attitude. Ruth Barnes says, I'm watching from Phoenix, Arizona, USA. Absolutely. Arizona is in the house. That's why Trump is deporting most of you Liberian men. When I look at the charge sheets, violence against women, beating their girlfriends. The other guy killed his girlfriend, beat his girlfriend, beat his wife. I don't care what you think about Trump or what you think about the American system. You are not them. So when you come in this country, you do right by your own conscience. This is where you came because you wanted a better life from what you had in Liberia. And if you come here and say, well, I'm going to do this because Trump did it, or because Obama did it, or because other people did it, guess what? You are not Trump and you are not Obama. You are going right back to Tucson, or Bezon, or Colahome, or Fishtown. Go sit there and see how life would be when everybody from those areas are trying to make it over here. Instead of you being a blessing to your families and everybody else. Like we say here, if you have enough, pay it forward. Do something for somebody else. Uplift somebody else. You come over here, you beating your women, you beating your girls, you beating your girlfriend, you beating your wife, you killing your wife. And then you want to say, well, they didn't give me due process of law. They need to take me to court. They can't deport me without. Who told you they can't deport you? They can disbar you. They can take your green card. They can revoke your citizenship. Idiots. Yes. They will send you back to Bezon. If you come over here, you can't abuse women. The law here will be swift. They are not going to wait for you to sit there and they come and look for you. No, they will arrest you on the spot. The last time I checked, they said the response time when you call the police is 6 to 8 minutes. Within 6 to 8 minutes, you're behind, it's going to be behind bars. It's not Liberia where they will take days to come and find you. They have to go over film, ask anybody who has recording, you got photographs, send it in, we'll go look for them. No. That you are living in a dreamland. Sunday is Mother's Day. A group of foolish people decided to make Mother's Day terrible for some young woman in Liberia. If I was the law in Liberia, you would never have the opportunity to spend time with your mother. You're going to be wherever they put those animals. You shouldn't be in a room with other human beings. You should be in a room where they keep animals because that's who you are. That is the Republic of Liberia for you. Mother's Day is this coming Sunday, guys, on this platform, everywhere, whether you're in Grand Jita, whether you're in Grand Bassa, you're in Sino, or you're in Lofa, Sunday is Mother's Day. Take care of your mom, take care of your wives, take care of people who are special in your life, who played a motherly role. Or any mother, any woman who is capable, as they all are, in giving life. So let's go to I don't want to read it, but I just have to read it. You remember when this government came into being, they kept going to China, and when they go to China, they would bring MOU, and I like the MOU from China, always in the billions. China said that we do this, and I am a victim. He said, Grand Bassa County, Buchanan in particular is going to get an oil refinery for $3.5 billion. Bassa people being smart, they didn't dance. They said, we want to see the fine print. When you look at the bottom of the sheet, it didn't say contract, it said MOU. The Bassa people were not stupid. They said MOU is worth absolutely nothing. It is not contractual. It is not binding. It's just a piece of paper. Two people say, you know how you go on a date with a girl? You didn't say nothing to her. She didn't say nothing to each other. Yes, I agree. Let's go to lunch. Or we agree to go to lunch next Friday. It means absolutely nothing. And then when you talk to the other folks, you say, well, what was that? What did she say? She said, no, we go to lunch where everybody's going to pay for their own meal. Oh? So yeah, we just decided to meet somewhere where, you know, we mutually agreed that we're going to lunch. I cannot take that news. Go to Bassa, go to Buchanan and tell everybody, whoo, she and I are going to get married. You are fooling yourself. You're not fooling anybody. Because just a matter of time before someone starts asking you, when is the wedding? Where is the wedding? So when it came from China, they said Bassa is going to get an oil refinery for $3.5 billion. You know, Bassa people, they are lawyers. They are diplomats. We've been in this thing from 1822. So ain't nobody, though Johnny just will come and fool us, not even Joseph Boakai. They think we were going to dance all over the place, thinking that we're getting $3.5 billion oil refinery in downtown Buchanan. The Bassa people said, no. Remember, we are the second county. We have produced presidents, some of the top thinkers in this country, in law, in economics, in diplomacy, came from this place. We are not fools. I said this to say something is wrong with these folks. I got this release, and then it appears in the paper, Front Page Africa, and the bullheading said Liberia, Chinese firm signed landmark, there you go again, $3 billion investment agreement in Beijing. That's the headline. You see how deceptive that is? From the Liberian embassy, they wrote this headline. A Chinese firm signed landmark $3 billion investment agreement in Beijing for Liberia. And as a Bassa man myself, I have to go, this is too good to be true. Let me delve into this. Let me dive into the weed. Why the supporters of the government and friends of the government who just run with headlines. I said, let's go to the videotape. Let's read this. And it reads, Beijing Liberia has taken a major step toward expanding foreign investment and accelerating economic development after the National Investment Commission, NIC, signed a landmark memorandum of understanding, MOU. We ain't stupid. We ain't stupid. We will take out our glasses and we'll look at the fine print. And I told them, take this back where you got it from. Take it back where you got it from. My grand Jeter brother, I think his name is Chetty. He's the press man for the Republic of Liberia, the embassy in Liberia. I said, take that back to where you got him from. You can fool some of the people all the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. You can't fool me, Mr. Press Secretary. You see the headlines? If you can see it here clearly, the headline is meant to deceive. It says Chinese firm signed landmark $3 billion investment agreement in Beijing. So how do we go from Chinese foreign signed landmark $3 billion investment in Beijing to go into this where they say it's only a memorandum of understanding? So for those who are praise singers, I know you're going to say we are anti-government. No. Everything that happens in Liberia, if this administration wins, Liberia wins. If this administration does something positive, all Liberian benefits. If President Joseph Boakai built a great road, the road is not meant for only unity participation. Everybody benefits. If President Joseph Boakai brings pipe-borne water all over the country, it's not only unity participation, it's everybody's. If we had constant electricity in Liberia, it is not unity party electricity. Everybody enjoys. So yes, if something positive is happening in the Republic, we have the right to praise and dance. But I want to paraphrase the great thinker, lawyer, Kehleboe Gongloe. He said Liberia has fallen into the despair called elitism. At least. Okay, he didn't do much, but at least he tried. They didn't do much, but at least they did something. Okay, we don't get a light every day, but at least once in a while we get a light. That's something. At least we got something. So Honorable Kehleboe Gongloe coined the term Liberians have become at least a nation of at least. They do not hold their leaders. They do not hold their representatives, their senators, to a higher standard. So everything is okay. He wasn't doing anything. He was elected for 9 years. He did absolutely nothing for 8 years. Now election is coming around, and now he's passing out bag of rice and giving T-shirts and caps. And then people say, okay, he didn't do it past 8 years, but at least he did something the last 9 months. This is what we are talking about, at least ism. So it says that Liberia have taken a major step toward expanding foreign investment and accelerating economic development after the National Investment Commission, NIC, signed a landmark memorandum of agreement with Chinese investment giant Beijing West Asia and North Africa Investment, Inc., Ltd. The agreement signed on May 5, 2026 in Beijing outlines a strategic partnership on which the partner intends, they didn't say he will, they intend to invest between 500 million. You see this, you see where we're going? We're going from signing $5 billion contract to at least 500, just imagine that. We're going from $5 billion to $500 million. You know, when you go into the store, for those of you who live in the West, I don't know much about Liberia. I don't know how to do it in Grand Bassa, my hometown. But when you walk into the store and they say, discount or clearance for up to 70%, you know, the average person, when they see the 70%, they say, oh, this bag or this jacket is $100. Well, I get 70% off. So in his mind, he has already calculated that if it's $100, I get 70% off. This jacket will cost me only $30. So he's smiling. Somebody decided to maybe 2 or 3 different colors. Gets in the long line to go to the cashier's desk, and then they say, cashier number 7 is open, and you go out there. You give the jacket to the lady, she scan it, she scan 1, she scan 2, she scan 3. And time she says, $300 plus tax 6%, maybe $325, $326. And you said, no. It is 70% off, 70% off. Then she reminds you. It says up to. So that means your discount could be 1%, 2%, all the way up to. The maximum is 7%, 70%, and at least is 0, up to 7%. Then you say, well, can I put 2 back? Because you would tell her, okay, $70, 70% off, so 70% of 100, okay, so $30, three jacket or 3 shirts here, I still got $90, I still got $10 for taxes, only to find out that even the $90 you have budgeted is not even enough. So this is where we are. The agreement signed on May 5th in Beijing outlines a strategic partnership on which they intend to invest between $500 million and up to $3 billion in Liberia over the next 5 years. This is what in politics we call political stunt. To make news, to grab headlines. This is 2026, 5 years from now. I'm talking about 2031, 2032. If your term ends 2029, why will you sign a contract that says up to 30, 31, 30, 32? You will be long gone out of here. Be smart, my folks. Be smart. In the West, they say, look at the fine print. The fine print. This is it. The proposed investment will focus on several priority sectors considered critical to Liberia's long-term economic transformation, including infrastructure development, energy, agriculture, and natural resources. Hey, my man, we know you're sexy, but put your body on. There you go, there you go. Hey, there you go. Yeah, so Johnny, you can mute. There you go. So we are very smart on this platform. The proposed investment will focus on several priority sectors, including critical to Liberia's long-term economic transformation. Long-term, you hear what they say, the language, long-term. That Garguah was like, one of Garguah's interview when he came from abroad, he said, what I'm doing now, you may not see it for, maybe not for the next 10 years, but I am laying the groundwork. Can you imagine your president come and say, what I'm doing now, you will not see it for the next 10 years. Don't worry, it is there. I'm planting a seed. It will grow after I'm dead and gone. So we should just be vulnerable. We should be stupid enough to say, okay, this man say he just signed a $3 billion contract. But then when you look at the fine print, it said up to $5 billion. In the fine print, it said up to. That means from 0 to $5 billion. And when 5 years from now, when he got only 3 more years left, are we stupid enough? You think we're stupid? So you want us to dance? Look at the headline. The headline said Liberia signed $5 billion contract, $3 billion contract, and you know that's not the fact. It is not contractual. You didn't sign anything. It's a memorandum. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Let me welcome first in, first out. Tell you welcome to the show and welcome to our $5 billion show.
Jesus. Happy Friday, Mr. Gayman. Happy Friday, everybody. Glad to be on.
Excellent, excellent. Johnny, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you, and welcome to my 2 beautiful, great Liberian ladies sitting on this show and making themselves to be so good and making Liberians to know that we got good women in this country, well educated, well exposed, and prepared to provide leadership for this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny, for acknowledging our beauty. We appreciate that.
Yes, good.
You see, if I have said it, you are male children. That's all you see, beauty. You know, we are smart. We are more than that. I said nothing. I said nothing. I said nothing. You know, when you come, you say, look, lady, you are beautiful.
It took little to get me started.
Yeah, right? They say, oh, I'll start again. That's all you want to talk about. She's beautiful. She's beautiful. I am intelligent. I am smart. I am successful. But all you see is beauty. So, Johnny, thank you for taking the hit from me. Yeah. Sarah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you all, guys. Thank you, Tavi and Johnny. Thank you for the show. Thanks to our people in the comment section. We are here to deliberate.
Yes.
We're on fire.
You see, you see, the crew people, they let big English business. I'm telling you.
Yeah, what a party started? God, no, you got party tonight for this win.
They said that when they're speaking from the southeast, be watch out. So the lady says she's here to deliberate. Today is our special, guys. I was just warming the seat up. This, you know, when you go to the game, when you see the ball player just warming, they start sweating a little bit, then the game ready to start. Tabella ready to roll. So we're just getting warm up. We're just getting warm up because the topic today is hot. It's hot. The newspapers, I mean, all over the place. It's hot. You see this? Yeah. This is we are ready. We're getting ready to rock and roll. I am telling you, we are ready to rock and roll. Yeah. We are ready to rock and listen. For those of you who think, you see all the guys who were cussing out yesterday, they didn't show up today. Because yesterday they said, you're doing nothing but just badmouth the government. Government is winning. Government is doing this. Government. Today now you're so come here so we can discuss the issue. But you ain't show up. Because you know what was coming your way, so you didn't show up. Now we are not laughing. We are not happy because 12 won. We don't know 12 personally. This guy is so smart. When I was visiting early in 2007, 2006, he was one of those that were hired by the Ellen government as a specialist in the financial sector. And from what I understood, he was making $8,000 a month. That 2005, 2006, 2000, when we did the first Manila Challenge, this guy wrote the book. So this man was making tons of money, he and John Mulu, way back. All his money he made, I never met him, he didn't buy me no Coca-Cola, not even Kenya. So I don't know him. But what this young man has accomplished, and I'm going to say this, I hope they're not watching. The folks at the embassy told me this is the smartest finance minister they have ever met. But they say his problem is he's an advocate. He likes to argue. But I said, what do you mean he likes to argue? Isn't that his job? That's his job, to look out and argue on behalf of his country. So they don't like him because he argues a lot. Everything, this crew boy like to argue to his own detriment. So I said, you know what? If you're going to hate me, that's how I want people to hate me. You hate me because I didn't steal. I didn't do you any wrong. But because I dare do or swim against the tide. Then January I was there and I said, what you thinking about the bank governor, finance minister? Well, I ain't gonna go there. Yeah. But so
I would say it for you because I heard some.
There you go, because you were hanging about. But this is what we are saying. When justice works, it works for everybody. Yeah. The only question we'll be asking is, if it was Johnny or Telvy or Sarah, who doesn't have the money and the high-profile lawyers and the notoriety and the pressure from the international, will she, Telvy, get this kind of justice?
Right.
So we got to talk so and talk so.
Absolutely, yeah.
How can you convict the boss man? I mean, how can you acquit the boss man and convict his subordinate? How is that possible?
How did that happen?
Yeah, the guy who had the power to sign the check, you didn't convict him. But you said, I who were in the room. Because you didn't say nothing, you should have said something, you didn't say nothing. The man who signed the check, you didn't go after me, but you came after me. So this is where we are. So today, ladies and gentlemen, tie your belt, tie your dogs. Tie your dogs. We ain't got enough rock to chunk. So we'll be going to our destination here. So you can say all you want to say. We're not chunking rock to no dog will not listen to you. The other dog that you KK dog will never even, I will not even waste my rock on a KK dog. In fact, you don't live here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to rock. Sarah, beautiful that you're here on time. I see you relax, you're ready to go. Telvi is here, she's ready to fire. Telvi, thank God that you are here. Now let's go to the meat here. We're not going to the soup, we're going to the meat. Today,
Mr. Gayman, Gayman,
yes.
Before going forward, I want to announce that I have fresh honey from Lofa just arrived for me.
Woo!
I mean, real natural honey from my village. I'm living organic. I'm not living anything artificial. I'm organic. So that's it. That's my luxury I'm in right now from my hometown.
It looks so natural.
And guess what?
I wish I your neighbor.
Sunday is Mother's Day, so you're going to be doing some honey. Yes, thank you very much. Share it with your wife. But yes, it's good to live, honey. It's good to live natural. I spent 6 weeks in Liberia. I came back. They said, my wife, I got on the scale. I lost 6 pounds. Then in 2 months, it's right back there again. So I said, what kind of thing is that? So maybe Liberia was too good for me. But Sarah, here we are. We have the court. No, tell me first. Tell me came in before you. Tell me the headlines in the newspaper. The Liberian investigator carried this as jury acquits Pewee in $6.2 million economic sabotage case. And then on the front page of Front Page Africa, it says the state humiliated jury clears Pewee. Orders a government high-profile economic sabotage case collapses in court. Your take?
Well, interesting. I didn't think the government was going to win that case, though. Let me just start from there. First, this case reminds me of every day in America, because we, in corporate America, where, the boss will do things, and then when it comes to investigation or whatever it is, we the peons, you get kicked through out of the boss or get fired or something. So that's one thing. So it just reminded me about that. But besides that, I didn't think the government was going to win this case for so many reasons. When I look at, how they prosecute cases and just the entire process, I'm troubled. We don't have, even for simple audits, we don't have processes in place, evidence collection. We don't have trained forensic experts. You cannot follow the trail of documents if you want to, as far as investigations, what an audit, or even going to court level. So how are you going to prosecute? Your evidence will be thrown out over and over. And this is just the beginning of the end. Well, more cases. Talk about the St. Jackson case. That's another one I go in the garbage. I don't care how face what relative here about it. So many cases, so many other cases. That's exactly what's going to happen because the government don't have the system in place. They don't have the tools. They just don't have the resources, human capacity to prosecute these cases. So they're stranded, and of course, we can't leave out money exchange hands, but you got systemic issues up there before we talk about money exchange hands. So I'm not surprised. I'm curious to know what Pewee reaction was. The way they made that TSC, I tell you, I know he played the dance today. Who won't be free? So I leave my own there. That's all I have to say.
Excellent. James Flover said, good morning from my end. I'm watching live from Brisbane, Australia. Thank you very much. Brisbane, Australia. Hold on 1 minute. A lawyer is calling. Let me see what he wants. We have a lawyer coming on. Mr. Jackson is one of the 3 lawyers we have invited. He's coming on. So yes, Sarah.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, I absolutely agree with Javi, and I said it from day one. In order for us to have a credible system, a credible court or whatever system we have, the system must be right. It has to be right from the beginning. If it is not, forget it. You would do what you want to do. Everybody would term it as maybe witch hunt or this and that. Like, for example, in America here, the people have the system in place. There is absolutely no way You can be having, dealing with money, and there's no trace of that money from beginning to end. And then at the end of the day, you come and just give a blanket, charge on someone. It doesn't work that way until our governments can fix the system. Even now, as we speak, the same charges they are complete onto it. The current government is doing the same thing. Same thing. Nothing has changed. They have come to rescue the country. Instead, they say, okay, let's sit down and do something different. Let's change the system. Let's have some accountability here. Let's see if money comes from here, go to this place, how it's being used. They say that security matter, like classified information. So how you expect the burden? You think they're just going to look at somebody allowing their name? They're not going to do that. People of good conscience will not do that. So, I mean, my victory here, yes, I'm happy that because from day one, Twe said it. He said it to me personally. He said, "Sir, I'll walk out of that case of a free man." I don't know what was his conviction, but he said it from day one. He said, because I did nothing wrong. This is a system that has been in place. It has been there since Ellington, what we are done, and this government is going through the same thing. So how you ignore all of those things now, you want to come and convict somebody? So until we can fix the system and have some form of accountability, wherein money coming from somewhere will be traced, documentation attached, we'll still have the problem. I will stop there for now.
Johnny, let me read this real briefly and then you can come in. It says here, Temple of Justice, Monrovia, Liberia, and this is written by, one minute. What is the lawyer? Okay, so here we are. It says Temple of Justice, in what many observers are already describing as one of the most embarrassing courtroom defeats for the Liberian government in recent years. Jurors at Criminal Court C on Friday, May 8, delivered a crushing blow to state prosecutors by acquitting former Finance Minister and Development Planning Samuel Pewee Jr. and several former senior government officials of the gravest charges in the government's highly publicized economic sabotage case. The verdict handed down after months of dramatic legal battle, intense public scrutiny, and publicly charged accusations significantly weakened what the government had promoted as a landmark anti-corruption prosecution involving more than Liberia $1.5 billion US, allegedly linked to government's security-related accounts. The defendants included Samuel Pewee Jr., former Minister of Finance and Development Planning, Nyenwolo Twan, former Acting Justice Minister and Solicitor General, Stanley S. Ford, former Director General of the Financial Intelligence Agency, D. Moses P. Cooper, former Controller of the FIA, Jefferson Kamara, former National Security Advisor to former President George Weah. How did the jury rule? Count 1 for Samuel D. Pewee, economic sabotage, not guilty. Theft of property, not guilty. Money laundering, not guilty. Criminal facilitation, not guilty. Jefferson Kamara, economic sabotage, not guilty. Theft of property, not guilty. Money laundering, not guilty. Criminal conspiracy, guilty. Criminal facilitation, guilty. For Moses P. Cooper, economic sabotage, not guilty. Theft of property, not guilty. Money laundering, not guilty. Criminal facilitation, not guilty. Criminal conspiracy, not guilty. Nyenwolo Twan, economic sabotage, not guilty. Theft of property, guilty. Criminal facilitation, guilty. Criminal conspiracy, guilty. For Stanley Ford, economic sabotage, guilty. Criminal facilitation, guilty. Money laundering, not guilty. The verdict effectively dismantled the government's central narrative that former officials of the George Weah administration orchestrated a massive criminal scheme involving public funds and national security accounts. While 2 defendants were convicted on selected counts, the acquittals of Pewee, the central figure in the prosecution, alongside clearing of several major charges against others, represented a devastating setback for the state prosecutor and anti-corruption authorities in the campaign. Johnny, the fulcrum upon which the government built this case was money laundering, financial sabotage, and other.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Gayman. I think this this trial should serve as a basis for future governments to begin to review some of these laws that were used for the argument in these trials, in these cases. To fight corruption is important, but it is important to fight corruption structurally. Look at the system that people could use, capitalize on to do things. The state will always have problem with criminal trials, always, because like Chevy and Sarah said, the structure of evidence gathering, evidence preservation, evidence presentation, those things are always a major challenge, especially for third world countries, global south countries, where they don't have the necessary technology to do protection of those kind of information that will be submitted in court, and the court can see it as a genuine submission for trial or for having anyone come guilty. But does it mean that because Minister Pewee and the rest of the guys were found not guilty, for Pewee is not guilty on all the charges, and the other 3 guys are guilty and not guilty on some, and the rest of it? So I would think that to fight corruption, we need to look at our system, and see how we can structure in a way that when government say somebody has tampered with money, state money, public money, that person will be convinced that they've done something wrong. Right. And I want to also appreciate the government for mounting the courage to do this trial also. I think it has set some standard for us to work on to improve going forward. And I hope that going forward, governments coming after this government will do same and be more robust and look at the mistakes or errors in this trial or whatever in the structural problems to correct it so that we can protect the people's money. The interest for all these trials is to make sure that the people's money is protected and it's used for the intended purpose of improving education, road, infrastructure, everything else, so that we can live happily and enjoy this blessed country. So let me say thank you to the government for having the trial, and I also will caution us Liberians and the rest of the government that will come after to make sure that these systems are reviewed thoroughly, so that when we say somebody is accused of corruption or playing with public money, that person can be found guilty without any biases or any speculation.
Great. Let me welcome Famba Kanakai Onya. He said, I'm watching you live from Jane, Liberia Team, Kromah, Clan Tiwar, Grand Cape Mount County. Wow, welcome. Thank you for tuning in. We want to recognize D3 Radio, FM 93.3, out of district number 3, Sando County. They're watching. We also want to welcome our folks in Southtown, Fishtown, Grand Crew County. I mean, everybody's tuning in. All the people from the South, you tune in for their son. So we say thank you for the show. Thank you for tuning in. Share the show. Send in your comments. Don't forget this Sunday is Mother's Day, so you better be nice. Thank you, guys. Sarah, this is what we are talking about. It is not just in this country when you go. I have been outside on jury so many times. The folks will say, the prosecutors will meet and say, is this case winnable? Do we have the information to convict beyond all reasonable doubt? And if there's any fraction, centilla of doubt, they will say, you know what, we can't win this case. Let us downgrade it to something else to make it symbolic. But if you're going for the jugular, You can't get George Weah, but you want to get everybody next to him so you can indirectly say we are indicting him and all of that. You are so ambitious that you lose everything. Now here we are, the judges. The evidence based on what we read, they presented copies of checks to the jurors. And the defense attorney said, well, that's fine. These are good checks. But where is the original? And then they said, but we don't have the original, but we have copies. So if you were making copy, you got to make the copy from some original. Get off the original. All this thing is fabricated. Your take on this.
That's it. It explains itself. It definitely explains itself. How can you present a duplicate check? Where's the original? And it just boils down to the same thing we're saying here today. If we don't have a system in place, the government might likely lose every case they carry to the court because they don't have the evidence. And for them to think that they're going to manipulate, you cannot manipulate everybody. There are people in Liberia who have consciences. I mean, you can say, oh, you can bribe the system. There are people who still have conscience. There are people who still fear God. There are people who still want better for the country. There are people who still have hope that our country can do better when it comes to the judiciary and other, forms of the system. So put a system in place. If you're going to go after a case, make sure you have the evidence. Because it is that evidence that you present to the jurors and will make them to convict the person. But if you don't have the evidence, we'll be speaking amongst ourselves, talking from different corners of our mouth, in circles, speculating. All of us, we all have our own biases when it comes to some of these things. But at the end of the day, the clear evidence is what's going to convict someone. The clear evidence. So to the Joseph Boakai government, I say, you came to rescue, but change or refine the system. Refine the system, put a structure in place that will make it hard for somebody to steal. And if that person steals, you will have a clear evidence to convict that person. All the thing we're doing that job, and our governments upon government, we need to invest in these things. Other countries are doing that, we can do it. We can put a system in place. Have your experts, have your people because Joseph, the United Party government are the both people now. They're supposed to know everything. These are people who know both. Our own party and then we ain't know anything. Bring your both people together. Let them put a system in place that will make sure that if you say, Sarah Dopoh, I stole something, you will make sure you have that evidence against me to convict me. You'll not be looking for circumstantial, you say, they say, that say, breaking duplicate. This is a country of 178 plus years old, my people. We stay behind in a lot of things. Let the government be intentional, put a structure in place. Nobody wants for anybody to steal our country money. Nobody wants that. We all want our country to better, to progress. But you can't come with a failed system. The system is failed. You come and continue the same failed system and then you can tell people say you're fighting corruption. It doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Gayman.
Let me go to.
I have one question for all of us, right?
Yeah.
If we have used some, I won't bring controversial issue. For example, if we have brought some traditional herbalists.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm coming now. We brought one traditional herbalist, from Grand Gita, Grand Cruz, Sano, Lofa, somewhere. And I said, look, my man, you are accused of taking public money. Swear on the thing here to tell us that you took it or you didn't take it, or what you come and say we tell the truth. What do you think would have happened in this case?
Sasu?
Yeah.
No. Not necessarily. Sasu is being misinterpreted. The actual Sasu exists. I saw the tree. There's a tree that is inside around Buto, right? I can talk more about that tree. In fact, I went to that tree. I saw the tree. The tree is actually struggling because everyone goes to that tree to pick the bark for all kind of reasons, for spiritual reasons, all kinds of things in the Buto area. So it's just being mixed. People just say Sasu differently. It's like, for example, I would say, look, you are a Kru woman, you believe in your tradition, your culture. This is what we use in our tradition to let people confess or tell the truth. If you believe, for example, the people use the Bible for, I'm sure someone to raise their hand and saw on the Bible while in the
Treasury.
court
Yeah.
to say that, you know, whatever he says is the truth or nothing but the truth. So I'm just saying, remove the Bible, remove the Quran. If we have brought something that is originally of our culture, our way of life, that we believe and trust, do you think the case will end of this?
I don't. I mean, yes and no. I think sometimes people they agree to these things. I for one don't believe it, but I agree with it out of fear. Because if I bring something to somebody to my child and tell my child, say, tell the truth, otherwise this is or even just show the right to them, they will say, oh yeah, I did it out of fear because. So sometimes those are just not the right way to go in as much as we're Africans. But I think the system, and the thing about it is, this whole thing is an age-old problem. From Charlie King time, Tower time, Door time, we all were in like small children. You know, we've come to America, we've gotten education, we've brought in our knowledge, and people in the diaspora here, that I know some of them that have recommended to government, past government, this government too, what know plenty, but they really don't know plenty. People have given their ideas of bringing in systems, bringing in software that can do the heavy lifting to reduce all these problems. Look, Johnny, Sarah, and Mr. Gayman, I worked with the state of Texas for 7-8 years doing audits investigations. I worked with the state of Oklahoma for 3 years doing the same thing, audit investigations, before I branch off to cybersecurity. The people have systems in place. I'm not saying be like America, start small, invest in tools and resources. Even if government can use cases,
they will not do it because
the system is there for you to go and dig evidence, to trace evidence. You know, we have tools, we have resources, we have people that are trained. Invest in your people to get trained every year, you know, every 6 months, whatever it is. The landscape constantly changing. But year in, year out, government losing cases, and they got the money they spend on foolishness. Legislature getting 75,000 SUV. You know, come to America, show off, all kind of foolishness. How are you gonna win cases? You know, it's a slap in the face, and you know, it's waste of resources, state resources that can go to LU and other schools and other things. You know, it hurts. You know, if you come from an environment where you used to, looking at evidence or, prosecuting cases or providing evidence or seeing a case that should be indicted for fraud or wasted abuse and just go to waste just because of clear negligence, procedural error, it hurts. But it is what it is. If you don't put processes in place, people will walk. It happened here in America. Police now lose cases. State officers lose cases because you don't use your tools, you don't do evidence collection correctly, there's no chain of command, your staff not trained, there are a lot of lists can go on and on, but it's an issue problem. Hopefully they know it, all people will take these feedback and do better because like Sarah said, the unity party that both people that know everything, but we truly don't know everything. Because when you talk to some of them and you see what they're doing, you can just rip their processes, but they have this tight-knit process that they don't want nobody to come in because they don't want you to come in to show their weaknesses. And they're going to fall flat because they really don't know it. So either they bring in the experts, like Sarah saying, from here to help, or they're going to fail. I mean, it's just that simple. But,
Tevi, you come to the point. I had a working with some government agents. I wouldn't call the individual name because when I work, we do not account for everything. So if you go into with a vehicle from Morocco to anywhere you go with our vehicle has a log. There's a system we use to measure the consumption of fuel and whatever. So we had this program and we're taking these government officials to the counties. And they wanted us to provide fuel for them. I said, look, we provide fuel, but we put a log in the car so that we can take account for the fuel that we put into the vehicle. Because we have to give, normally every month, our office does a check-in, they will do analysis of the vehicle. They call it efficiency calculation. How many gallons the vehicle burns per kilometer or per mile? Do analysis of the vehicle. They call it efficiency calculation. How many gallons the vehicle burns per kilometer or per mile? Do analysis of the vehicle.
Johnny, go out and come back in.
Somebody got two
yeah, Johnny, go out and come back in.
So somebody's on the show and then somebody listening. That's what happened.
Oh, Jackson, can you mute?
Hold on, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, can you mute? Oh, Jackson, can you mute? Mr. Jackson, can you mute?
I can't hear you guys.
I
can't hear you.
Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
I'm not hearing.
Oh, he can hear. Cool.
Oh, we can hear you.
Go and come back. Go and come back.
We can hear you. Can you hear? You can hear.
If you can't hear us, you got to go out and come back in.
Text him, Mr. Gayman. There you go.
Yeah, okay. So, look, Liberia, I don't care how you think about it. This is what we're talking about. When we say cut and paste, you go to any Liberian office you go to Liberia, go to any of the offices. You will see bylaws this thick. All the policies and procedure in the United States, they have copied it all. Where you got Telvi, they take it and put their name, and they have everything, but there is no implementation. They have no clue what's going on. But Sarah, when the law in Liberia, when they are ready to indict you, when they are going for you, they will throw the book at you and they will come up with all kinds of law to make sure they get you, because it's on the books. They will say this law been on the books since 1971, since 1963. They have never used it, but because they want to put you in jail, they will do that. The reason that some of these guys are getting off, like I said, is the notoriety, is the high profile, and all of that. If these guys were just regular folks, like you see at the bottom there, the top guys, they were not found guilty. The government is like raccoon, right? They know where to clean up behind. And not on those guys. those little guys down there ain't got no money. They can't do anything. And the thing is that all the serious charges, they were all found not guilty. Okay? Facilitation and all that other stuff. The money laundering and all that stuff that require physical proof and evidence, they were all found not guilty. So here we are. Liberia, look, you can you can say all you want to say until we can be fair to ourselves and be true to ourselves. This is pure witch hunting. Somebody you don't like, you go after them to prove a point. And thank God that Liberia. Go ahead.
And to your point, Mr. Gayman, we all can talk on this social media. We all, put comments to other places. We can see people there commenting, oh, 12 will go to jail. Oh, the CDC government will defeat you. Oh, will dismantle you. Oh, CDC will not exist. All that kind of statement coming up. People hearing it, posting. I mean, like I said, we all have our biases and stuff like that. But, it comes down to the same old thing. When we want to have an effective system, an effective government that runs, judiciary, the executive, everything, let's put a system in place. Let's put a system in place that will grab you, and there's no way for you to get out. The evidence is there. The evidence is there. But if you come to power with this sentiment that, the people there will get rid of them, the particular party will not exist. Joseph Waka said that one. It's on record.
Johnny,
they will destroy CDC. They will do the one to them. They will do the one to them. So now you come to power with any evidence. You want to go after these people. It backfire on you.
Jackson, can you hear us now? You still can you hear us?
Anthony Jackson, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
I'm still not hearing it.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
That BBC born before computer.
Yeah, Johnny Mayer.
Listen, if you get a man from Lofa,
I need to call him directly.
Yeah, a man from Lofa.
I tell him that he needs to probably put his volume up.
If a man from Lofa is
you're muted, he's also muted.
Yeah, if a man from Lofa talking bad to a man from Baza, you know you're in trouble.
Oh God.
The man who made it. Yeah, so he's still having problem hearing us.
Wow. Is he on his phone or a tablet or a computer? It seems like he's on his phone.
Let me see. So our tech lady is here, so she can help you. If you can be
right.
Only if you can be helped, but you're looking upside down, just like
yeah.
She said, "Are you on your phone or are you on your tablet?"
I'm on my phone, but I'm listening to you guys on my.
So I can call him. I can call him from Messenger, and something if he turn his camera off, I can call him from Messenger.
If the person can send it to my phone number directly, because send it to WhatsApp. I don't know whether that's a problem. I don't know.
Okay, Telvi is gonna hang up and tell you got his.
I don't have a direct number, but we're friends on Facebook, so I can call him on Messenger.
Okay, she will call you on Messenger.
Okay. I'll tell you what about
the direct number in the chat room here, so or send me the direct number. Let me send it to her.
Don't have the bastard man. That means using Asian phone. I'm telling you something.
He using the button phone. but tell me, yes, Johnny, you were in flight. This is what happens in our country. But this one here, you don't have to be a lawyer to know that you have a case or you don't have a case. If you go to a lawyer, even if it's in an accident or something, they will tell you you have a case or you don't have a case. That's what they do. But for the guy to understand that they don't have a case against you and still try to pull something, that's manipulating the system, Johnny, and that's not good. You are, whether you're from Lofa or you're from Basa, even when you know, our people in the villages, right? They will tell you that, listen, this man here, their case here, the man, he didn't do nothing wrong. They will tell you that. You know, talk about Johnny, you've been around. You visited all the different cultures. You visited all the cities. You visited all the interior towns in the whole country. It's just fairness is fairness, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, show me the argument. Fairness. I mean, fairness is very organic. I mean, it can show its face very clear. And our indigenous people in the past knew exactly how they will. Once a year, you taking certain stories and they know the environment, what happened. There's a lot of things talking here, just confirm because we think, you did something about this and this is how you should respond to it. But it just, I know we have gone full westernized and we don't have the, like Tevi and Gerard have been saying, we don't have the necessary technology to put some things in order in terms of identifying evidence. Like you say, you brought a check, but how did you develop this photocopy and don't have the original? You understand? How did you do that? So did you find a photocopy in the street or somewhere? So I'm just saying we have to put a system in place in Liberia that will protect our state money through some serious accountability. Now we have electronic means. Why are we not giving our people credit card? Example, all our ministers and lawmakers, everybody, we can give them credit card. We put some money on it. When they use the money, we know how the money was used. Why don't they go get fuel from Total on the Tom card? For example, these are just simple elementary things that are happening in Liberia, right? Why would you give a person money, the 2,000 every month to go back for themselves? That is a law. Government has arranged with these fuel stations go there, and we'll put log in these vehicles. We'll save money, right? So because of all these conditions that create loophole for people to manage and get some things out, these things will happen. And once we don't have the necessary credential or technology with the police to do real proper investigation and get the evidence, it will be hard. So still, I will lose cases like this. And so to protect our government money, we should first fight the poll system in place that will prevent the mind to, because everybody got nature of taking something, but we can put something to prevent it. It's better. Like I was saying, where I work, we have things in place. So we can live on our salary, and that was it, right? Because, I mean, there's no way you take the money from the current center. There's no way you take money because everything is put in place. You make a request for money, system is placed in place. You go to Nima, where you want to sleep, just sleep in the hotel, and the hotel will communicate with the finance office, logistics office. They will pay the money in the person's account. The finance office will have a check deposited into the hotel's account. So no one to put money in anybody's hand. So that move cashless. And let's do something to protect our money. Other than that, we all have problem as a state to find people guilty on the kind of charges or offenses. It will be hard. We'll get a hard time. But at the same time, we are losing the money, right? That 6.2 million they discover, it will have helped to build school or hospital or even improve the kind of hospital that we have in Babulu now. Beautiful building there. I don't know how useful is it to the people there, because to any access it's difficult. To leave from Babulu, Bere Fasama, to leave from Bere Baloma or Bere Yala or Geulala to come to Babulu is difficult, extremely difficult. So you have that kind of beautiful team built in Babulu town, but we can't access it because roads are bad. So that's 6.2. If already stolen, it is very bad for Liberian people. And that money we could protect it so that we can use it to improve on health and education and access to education, safe drinking water, and the rest of it. But again, the system is not too good, so the defense benefited from the process.
Well, listen, we're trying to get the attorney on. Hopefully, he will come on. But Sarah, this is one of those things that people would say.
Let us not forget that women stuff that went on.
Yes, we come to it with the legal part of it because we've been talking about it.
Okay.
When we talk, it all has something to do with justice, right?
Right.
Justice for the poor and justice for the rich and the powerful.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think if my daughter were in Liberia, or your daughter, or Johnny's daughter, or Telvy's daughter is walking, how the American kids love to wear their short shorts and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Who would come on the street and tell Yuri's daughter, we're going to strip you naked because you are wearing tight clothes or short dress? Who is going to go to Samuel Tue's daughter, or George Weah's daughter, or Joseph Waka's daughter, or any of those people's daughter and say, we'll tear your clothes?
Right.
Because you dress, the way you dress, we don't like it. And where is the justice system that we are talking about? How come they can go to your house and arrest you on the spot for stealing money, but somebody almost lost their life, and they are asking for people to send video in so they can go and catch the people, and they are still rounding people after all this have happened.
All these things.
So, how is this justice? Somebody got to say something about this. How is this justice?
I mean, Mr. Gayman, like it's fair to say that no country has a perfect justice system. All countries, they have challenges with the justice system, but to a larger extent, if you are intentional to have a good justice system, you put the right tools in place so that things can go. At least even the layman, the little baby can get justice. Okay, we saw here how that little girl who that white man almost killed. That man walk away free. In the country that I get up to now, she's still traumatized, I believe, with her family. We saw all of that. We also saw how even today, little Charlotte Musume, her soul rest in peace. She never got justice up to this point. Her killer is still out there. She ain't got no justice. A lot of other cases that people are going through in our country, they don't have justice. The little boy that was sodomized, I don't know how far that case gone, but high-profile cases are way up there. They speed those things up. But the layman who's out there, who under there, can't get that kind of speed. With that kind of cases, can't get that kind of justice. So as a country, you know, I mean, as much as we all we want our country to do better. This is the reason why we come here every day to say these things, to talk these things. Whether these people are listening, only God knows. Whether they're going to do something about it, only God knows. But it is our duty to say what we have to say that we think is right to move our country in the right direction. The justice system is flawed. It's rotting. There's nothing going on straight. Let's fix the system. You can, as much as you can have a high-profile person win a case or be defeated, so with the layman, like the lady we're talking about now, is she going to get justice? And I saw a post from our protein. Maybe that's the reason why they even went running behind people to look for them. And maybe the protein had not put her above that would have gone, unnoticed. So these are the challenges. Governments upon government. Our people must listen. Our country is too old. When we come here and say these things, yes, we all have our individual parties, but at the end of the day, we all want what is right for our country. That's just the fact. Thank you.
Johnny.
So Mr. Jackson's trying to come on. I wanted to add something. Is it Johnny up?
No, go ahead.
But another thing that I have with the process is how long they take to do the transfer over, from one government to the other, the exchange, the turnover. If somebody wants to commit fraud, especially where you don't have a good system in place, that's an easy process for them to do. They take forever. So if somebody committed fraud, wants to commit fraud or conceal anything wrongdoing, they have enough time, enough leverage to do it. I can go into that system and cause enough damage, and nobody will follow my footprint. You already don't have a system in place to even follow my footprint. So all those things, I mean, they took so long. I don't know what the Constitution say how long, but it took so long. We see that even in our individual communities, the Liberian associations and things. One government about to leave, the other one probably takes around 60 days. That some of our own in the community, they will tell me 90 days, 120 days before they turn over. And then when they turn over, they're notorious for not doing audits. So they'll just say, we all Liberian, we don't need to do audit, and then everything just there. So everything is chaos from one chaos to the other, Right. It's just that. So it's chaotic, but a complete overhaul of the system, the processes, everything. But I think I wanted to note that as something that be on my mind even before they even entered this case. I'm just like, why did it take so long to change hands? Especially the systems, they don't even have a defined system in place. But I just want to add that.
Great.
Johnny. Yeah. And so just to come back to the system, there's one case that I really took interest in, and that is this little girl that was killed at the home of the former Chief Justice or former Jerome Gayman. And from all the narration that went on, all the explanation, in my ordinary mind, there is no way that Madam Scott would not have been a possible suspect, right? But again, the court ruled against her, and the current regime came. I think in the first year or 6 months, whatever, she was acquitted on grounds again, on legal grounds, also again on legal grounds. She was. That's a problem also with the system, right? But let's go back to corruption. In as much as corruption is our major enemy in this country, any government coming after this regime must ensure that public financial system transactions must be tightened up. If it will cost us to bring TV and the rest of the guys with IT technology, IT everything, we tighten it up to the point that if you are a minister, you will only eat your pay or what is desired to be given you. You will only have access to money. We have to make money, state money, to be cashless, to be hidden from people. Because the system allows too many opportunities. And then the state security system does not have the capacity to fight those opportunities that they have to take state money or do other things. So in many instances of such, we realize that the state money is not protected, and the state will want to try to prosecute, and they will not go anywhere. And sometimes the state should not prosecute because of political motive. Do not prosecute because you have political motive or to make political mark. If you know you don't have the requisite evidence to even charge somebody for theft, don't charge them for theft. It's also bad. And I'm sure when a lawyer comes, there's something I've learned from many lawyers, because you know I work with more than 7 or 8 different lawyers for almost 15 years. And I listen to them talking about legal matters, talking to the chiefs, the elders, the youth around the country. So I'm sure I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know, but the state not just for prosecuting. If you don't have the requisite elements of a crime that you want to attach to somebody, do not charge them. Don't make trial on issue because you want political gain. If you don't have evidence, say we are working to collect evidence. Because when you say, look, we are going to try you, you should be the 99.9%. What type evidence that will find the person guilty?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I think. Seriously.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let me welcome Councillor Jackson. Thank you very much. Can you hear us now?
Absolutely. I'm hearing you clearly now.
Okay. I'm going to recommend you to Verizon. Can you hear me now? So you can do that commercial and get some money.
I'm subscribing with T-Mobile.
Oh, okay. So you got to come over. Welcome to the show, Chief. Thank you very much for honoring our request to come on.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Thank you. Again, I will clarify because you call me councillor. I'm an Anthony at law. Even though most of the councillors in Liberia don't have master's degree, I hold a master's degree in law from one of British prestigious universities, Garguah University of London. That's where I earned my master of laws. So I hold a master's degree in law, but I'm not a councillor of law. I'm Anthony at law. I like to be very clear because
what's the difference? Educate us real quick.
The difference is in Liberia, when you graduate law school, you have to practice. Before then, it used to be 3 years. I know, but now it says 5 years. You got to practice 5 years and then sit the bar before you can be admitted to the Supreme Court bar. So what I was admitted to doing in Liberia was to serve as Anthony at law. So I was admitted as Anthony at law and not councillor at law because I've been out of the country for a long time. I've not been able to sit the bar there. So, but I hold a master's degree in law, which gave me the competence, unlike some of our friends in Liberia who are councillor at law and don't hold a master's degree and don't have that exposure to the law. But I'm glad to make that clarification and to join you on this matter. That is very substantive.
Great. In our country, we got many legal issues that we need some clarity on why you are here. One is the young lady that was disgraced in public. They undressed her because they say she was scantily dressed. And some group of men said that it is against their culture. So they undressed her in public at the red light, tore her clothes makeup. Wow. So we're dealing with that. And then today, the special that we're having is on the breaking news that the former finance minister, Samuel Pewee, was acquitted of all charges against him. So we don't want to mud it up. We want to bring you back on Monday to discuss this young lady because it's very important. We're not going to let that one go. But today's special because people in Sino, in Southtown, in Kehleboe, the whole Southeast is tuning in to hear us, especially those that are clubbed with the law like you. So take us, I know when you and I spoke this afternoon, you say I have to run and check a few things then because I don't want to speak out of ignorance. So what did you find out? Where are we now? How did this case turn out this way?
I mean, in the first place, the government did itself the greatest of this service by going to court on this matter. From the inception of this case, we have said on countless occasions that this was not a winnable case, leads to say it was a prosecutable case, right? Because this case borders on national security matters. And if you check right now, even in the United States, across the globe, national security issues are not subject, or are not justiciable subject, right? They're not something that you will take to court. They are political questions. For instance, if the president of the United States decides that, look, we're coming to hold midterm elections, and we know that the state of affairs here is not conducive, we need to spend this amount of money to provide maximum security in providing the conducive environment to hold these elections. That's a political question that Mr. Trump will be making. Likewise, in Liberia, when the election was around the corner, it was a decision by the National Security Council, headed by the president, co-chaired by the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Finance. They made the decision that to have the enabling environment, to create that environment, that elections were being held peacefully, they needed the $6 million plus to create that conducive environment. Instruction was given to the Minister of Finance, and he carried all those instructions. Now, this government, bidding for Samuel Tue's blood, put a political face on this trial. And this is why the government have received this crushing blow. And the government is doing it a disservice, because when you really want to fight corruption, it should be void of political persecution. You just go and carry all the opposition people to court, and meanwhile, the government, people in this government who are deemed to be dangerously corrupt, who have compromised public trust. President Bouaga, you're telling them you're going and sit down without any investigation. This is not the way to run the government. When Bouaga was running for office in 2023, he promised to fight corruption. Today, Liberia is among the worst declined on the corruption perception index. All right? Liberia is performing terribly. The last day, Liberia claimed only one spot, one place. Can you imagine this? One place movement. So Liberia is still among the worst declined on the corruption perception index. You Google it. They just claim one place, 1 point. I think they were 28, they wanted 27. 1 point. So it means Bouaga is not doing well at all. When Bouaga took over, some of the people who were deemed to be corrupt in the Seleke administration, Seleke dismissed some of them for quote-unquote declare a suspicion of corruption. Bouaga came and brought them in his government, appointed them to watch and swear. The guy in question called Noti Japa. Bouaga made him the hell, I think, low trading, the water or so. And that guy, I think he went there embarrassed them again before Bouaga moved him. Same Bouaga moved him, no one had called him for any investigation. You go to LRRC.
Wow.
There was a big corruption scandal that broke out there. 3 of the head of LRRC involving refugee repatriation, all the entire display, American UN people money, all in that. 3 of the people dismissed from that place. Bouaga, because most of the people that were dismissed from that LRRC, some of them from Lofa, Bouaga had not even called them to investigate.
Okay.
He jumping behind we are on the people and people who dealing with national security matter. This prosecution was about national security matter, national security funding. It's not a justiciable subject. But because Bouaga and her Unity Party people were begging for Samuel Tue's blood, they dragged him to court. They wanted blood. And what happened? The jurors are common people. They are trial of facts. They listen to the facts. And they gave a verdict in favor of the man who has been more demonized than Satan. Look at how much the government demonized a young, brilliant man. But the Liberian people, the common people, the jurors, trial of their peers, they look at Buju and they say, but the man didn't commit a crime the government is accusing him of. And even today, someone is still asking questions. Is there a common practice in law for people to be jointly accused and charged? For them to get separate verdict? It's a common practice in law. Those who are asking that question say looking for Samuel Tue's blood. Because there is a legal principle that says in criminal law, guilt is personal, it's not collective. Guilt is personal, it's not collective. Even in Liberia, criminal jurisprudence. In Liberia, criminal jurisprudence. Why it says it deals with the legal principle of individual criminal responsibility. Liberia criminal law, individual criminal responsibility. The United States Supreme Court has held consistently the defendant joined in one indictment must be judged on their individual conduct. That's the United States Supreme Court that have, I think, some of the best scholars. I'm not going to go to Liberia. You go to Liberia, you waste your time. Some of the best scholars on the United States Supreme Court bench, they have said consistently that this is how the practice is. So the jurors are encouraged to assess the facts and the evidence of the defendant individually. So those who asking a question about, but is that impossible? Yes. Yes. There are several cases that the United States Supreme Court has dealt with that jurors have the right to assess the evidence of co-defendant individually. Because, brother, the guilt of one defendant cannot automatically be imputed to another. So the juror listened to Samuel D. Tuet Jr. In fact, I'm told that Samuel Tuet took the witness stand. It was like a classroom that he opened even for the prosecutor. You can imagine that? He opens a classroom for those clowns who call themselves prosecutor and carrying out political vendetta. He taught them what public finance is supposed to be like. The juror was amused by the eloquence and the way the man presented himself. So for people to be asking, but why they were joining something, why they free here? Look, jurors will look at the facts, assess the facts, the evidence individually on criminal issue. Because your crime can be imputed to my crime. And some of the thing is the role you play in the chain of causation. The principal defendant, which we call him here, the December 12, was a key man, minister of finance. You put him on the witness stand, he convinced everybody. I did not do what these people accusing me of. These people are just after me. They're trying to persecute me. Recently, you talk about the man brilliant when I was trying to struggle to get on. The recent sooner delivered by President Bouaka with all his so-called, because I found out ministry now he considered himself a genius, right? And if you read intellectual rules of thumb, they will say only a fool can call himself a genius. Nobody who is a genius will call himself a genius. The other people will call him genius. That man called himself a genius. He wrote something that the president read in sooner. It was Samuel Tuet who pieced that whole nonsense apart. They had to capitulate and say, oh, their numbers were wrong. One Samuel Tuet, one individual. Look at the president soon as but they think are rubbish. The number inaccurate, inconsistent. Even though Garguah disliked this man to tower above him, he had to capitulate. He said, oh yeah, the man real, we wrong. They had to pull back. But the president already delivered the trash. The president has already delivered the trash, including the barefaced lie. He provided 70,000 jobs to our people. Look, what we're witnessing in the country is not good. The government should not persecute people because of position they held yesterday. If Bouaka wants to set example in the fight against corruption, as he promised the Liberian people, he must set example on his own people. Amin Moda. Let me end with this. You will ask some question. Amin Moda, the former Minister of Commerce, in sharp contrast to the budget law that said that for 2024 budget, no head of agency except for the president, the pro tempore, the chief justice, not chief justice, the chief justice, except for those individual pro tempore chief justice, nobody in the government should spend over $45,000 to buy a car. That was the budget law of 2024. You know how many dollar car? I mean, $96,000 car. So, in addition to the abuse of public funds, The reckless disbursement of public money. That man was in violation of the budget law. You ever heard Braga calling him to ask him questions? They bro, they law with royal and say you must not spend more than 45,000. How can you spend now? They say 1,000. He asking question? No. We are told that Amin Muda is going to be one of his foster sons. So whatever he did with that money, whether it was judicially spent, they let him go. Because his foster son. Amin Muda, correct? He lived with Braga. So Braga let him go. Nobody asking question. Braga, you want to fight corruption? Why are you not setting an example on your own people? What happened to RRC people? All of them gone free. Yeah, leave it. Today, the PFN law of Liberia, which is another bastion of accountability in our country, we developed the PFN law to serve as an instrument, a transparency instrument for accountability and transparency. You know what the government doing with PFN law now? Every day, the government, metaphorically speaking, urinates on the PFN law by engaging in regular off-budget spending. Off-budget spending is discouraged by the PFN law. Off-budget spending. Check the government. Garguah, who sits over there and try to carry himself as somebody who likes transparency, and the PFN law is very reluctant. Doesn't encourage the Ministry of Finance to engage in off-budget spending. The Ministry of Finance has considered it a commonplace. When you do off-budget spending, meaning you're spending outside of the approved budget, problematic. Corruption there. Why are they doing it? But Braga people keep doing it. Braga ask anybody from the Ministry of Finance, why are you engaging in off-budget spending? In government, you know what corruption resides? In procurement. Braga procure yellow machine without any transparency. Without any transparency. Even the car model board, it didn't abide by the PPCC law. No procurement. They are breaking down. Like President, we are just there. You use big word, right? The country is in abject democratic decline. Abject decline. Transparency decline. They are polluting the entire governance system of the country. No transparency law. So this thing Braga was doing, trying to put somebody in handcuff and put him in jail, has spectacularly backfired in his face. Now they got to save face now, so they hold the other two people and say, "Come here, yeah, guilty." You see what they're doing? You see that nonsense they're doing.
Let me give room to the rest of the folks here to ask some questions, because, ladies and gentlemen, you are not listening to a lawyer, you listen to a professor of law. So, for your question here, and we were talking about it, you know, some of us are laughing because when we say these things, some of you say you hate the government. As far as Johnny is concerned, you know, when he go to Lofa, he can't sleep with both eyes. He gotta get one eye over because he always come here. Sometimes most of the time he's talking the truth, and then the people will say, "But you know, why are you talking like that to your uncle?" So when he go to Lofa, he sleep with one eye open, one eye closed. So when Johnny come in, he look like he tired. No, that one eye, he sleep all night. Tell me, we have our attorney here, Mr. Jackson. A lot of people sending me texts here about but we'll go to that. Jackson, where you can think about it while they ask you questions. They are talking about when President Boakai came into office, he had decided to audit the NSA, but then abruptly changed all of that. But hold on to that. Tell me, any question for
Mr. Jackson always bringing the fire.
That's right.
But it's cool having him. But Mr. Jackson or Attorney Jackson, some people will argue that acquittal doesn't mean innocence, and I believe the same too. I think that the prosecutor prosecution team didn't have enough evidence, or just didn't have processes in place. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, in other cases, you could be right, you may be right? But in this instant case under consideration, this was a politically motivated trial from the get-go. Sister, you're dealing with, there are people who even to serve on the United States National Security Council, to serve on these things, you take oath of confidentiality. You can't put government secret aside. I work at the Ministry of Information. One of the large items in the Ministry of Information budget, it used to be covert. Correct? You know what the government used to do with covert money? You don't want me to talk that on radio? You know what I'm talking about? So, you know, these are national security matters. National security. So, how much money today? Garguah have given $2.5 million off budget to NSA. I said, what are you doing with it? You doing anything with it that you know about, sister? Oh, and they will be just chasing after opposition people. We talk to them, they checking all on your heart. They going to behind your heart, asking your entry about you. Nonsense. You want to call the NSA guy who's going to be former defense man? So your man go NSA. He ain't got no intelligent training. So your man going to be used to money, border territorial integrity. These things, look, America, they can say because you security man, you intelligent man. Zero. Zero. These things are not transferable automatically. You may have some security inclination, but you got to have the skill, different training required for different areas.
Why they don't order your NSA? It often bothers me.
But that's what it is now. So the black guy who promised that you were going for corruption, he said, "Oh, picking from Lova, I don't know what happened from Lova, where he come from." He said, "A man there, they passing all the money now. Nobody go to NSA anymore." The highest amount of money allocated in the budget, off budget, it passes through NSA. Why is it so? Because again, all the sister, that national security, you won't put government debt in public. But because of CDC, because these were people that CDC people, right? So because they were CDC people, they prosecute them, they put the government secret aside. They go there, it backfire.
You can still order NSA and still keep the information classified. It doesn't have to be a public report. People do it here.
Again, you know, let me say this. You can do that, but you know, right now, when I was in the Seleke administration, we acceded to the Table Mountain Declaration, right? Which called for greater transparency and accountability in governance. Meaning somebody can use the Freedom of Information Act to make requests where the government want to deny these things. But I support the point you made. They can do the audit and classify it and keep it somewhere and know why my bread, what got the Prince Johnson, what are you doing with the NSA money, what are you doing all that stuff. Nobody knows. But the key issue that I want to bring for the consideration for our discussion tonight is that the government is not dealing with the fight of corruption even-handedly. And the government undermines a fight against corruption when it places a political face on it. When you go behind CDC people and leave your own people. I just need Moda here. Whether Moda abused that money, whether he wasted that money, the budget law for 2024 was clear. It said no agency except for the president, for the pro tempore, the chief justice, nobody will spend 45,000 above on what vehicle purchase. I mean, Moda spent 96,000 in violation of the budget law. When people violate the budget law, the penalty. But I ever asked me, ever investigated his sister? Zero.
Good. Let me work.
RC, the money they took over there. You know what the youth expo guy? I want to move my picking Wozy, Padre Wozy from RC. I play the care Bangaliko. So the player I go dump you and I start taking hustle. This is not a good way for the government to operate. Jerome.
Let me welcome this guy. I'll be right with you, Doctor. First thing first out. Honorable Pewee, welcome. We've been waiting for you here. Somebody said you were hiding somewhere because tonight because they told you if you talk high, you can't come back to Lofa, so you were scared. Is that true?
I've been having some serious engagement, so I just got all of it. So
I know. I told them, I said, then did I kick him out of Lofa a long time ago? For the beginning. Yeah, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I've been following actually closely, but I just took time off to handle some family business. I went to attend my nephew prom tonight, so we just came from send him off. I said send off, right?
Yes.
Yes. So
I know he looks good for his queen.
Yeah, very.
That's good. Let me work on Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show. Is Robert Garguah stuck?
Thank you. Great to be here.
Someone told me, hey, he said, you guys got, you're still using button phones, but even with button phone, y'all can forget to press the button. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Great discussion. Great to be on.
Yes, obviously this special today is about the breaking news in Liberia about the prosecution of Samuel D12 and his case and his cohorts.
Co-defendant.
It's co-dependent and the victory that they are enjoying today, and people are, this one is not split. So people are saying, a lot of folks are saying, this was a case that shouldn't have gone to court in the first place, because the first responsibility of any lawyer is to see whether the case is winnable. And this one, most people say, even you, Sylvester, had predicted here that the government were going to lose the case. Sylvester, your turn.
Oh, thank you. Listen, so sometimes you listen to, I follow very closely, and it's one of the reasons why I love to run into our great and smart lawyers, not political lawyers, right? I follow CNN and most of those networks. Edith Honing, Jackson. These are two legal analysts normally I love to listen to. And as they analyze issues, so they push me to just open a lot of legal books and go through and try to read some of these things and follow a lot of witness movies that got some legal implications. So if you're not a lawyer, sometimes you pay key attention to certain, because law is about, as Arthur Johnson would say, there was lack of proper evidential material. The material was lacking in terms of hitting the accused, if you will. So following the case from distance very religiously, and I knew that there would have been some problem. Now, the issue of the fan asked me, so there was a request made to him. Did he come through to the request to issue? Of course, he said yes. Now, the problem there is, it was not his business to see how the application of self-fund. And it's one of the reasons why I was a little bit, and I hope that lawyer will take an appeal to the Supreme Court if they can find, because those that were brought down guilty of theft of property, and the rest of that, you would see into it during even the former acting Minister of Justice. It's his whole point. There was a communication written by him and the rest of that. So listen. The lawyers will do their now, they will go and do whatsoever. But I think the Samuel Twe case and all these things, it was somehow politically motivated. And what we need to not do in Liberia is to avoid or disengage this issue of weaponizing the judiciary or the court system or the government using her powers to go after their what we call adversary, if you will. This is dangerous for the democracy we have in Liberia. So today to see D12 and the other fellow totally acquitted of all 5 charges, and I will hope the rest of the 3 folks will take an appeal to the Supreme Court, and maybe they will have the proper justification of it. But I think the country moving forward, and I was just hearing from someone I was on the phone with while driving coming home, that the government, the president is a little bit, the entire government, they are embarrassed. The president did not personally, now the whole case was actually pushed by Kofi Woos and a few other guys in the executive, in the system, that really went, the belief, and there's the belief, and I'll rest on this one quickly. The belief is that D12 got a lot of money, and that the George Weah camp will rely on that money to move for 2029 election. So if we can get him, then you have already decapitated Mr. Weah's chances of coming to the presidency in 2029. So, this is motivated politically, and that's one of the reasons even the former immigration boss, Steve Zago, was suspended indefinitely, and eventually they booted him out. So, we ought to change from kind of a tendency and ensure that the country is going to move on and allow that move after the case. Corruption is important to fight corruption. I'm very disappointed that Mr. Boakai is not very focused on the main issue. We ought to do far better than this, Mr. Gayman. I think it's a very big victory for D12 and the major opposition political party, the CDC. It's a massive win for them, and that's a massive loss. It's a major blow to the Unity Party in terms of, because you don't have a prosecution team that don't understand. Before you go to court, as a prosecution, you need to put everything in perspective legally. Then you move. That's what you will see here happening in the West. The FBI will only come after you if they don't have everything in terms of proving things in court to win the case. So it's a massive loss to the government. And I think I want to say viva to Detour. And I hope he will not press on this quickly and then leave, because there's this issue. Detour is not on sanction. And let me just say this. He's not on sanction. He's on visa restriction. I will hope moving forward, this will motivate him in trying to press the necessary button and do the necessary lobbying across Washington, D.C. to see if that restriction can be lifted. He's not on sanction. So thank you.
Good. Let me go to Robert Garguah. This is, let's talk so and talk so. The Bwaka administration can say, you see, we gave justice. We didn't twist arm. We didn't do anything. The system works as it was meant to work. If I'm a spinner, that's how I'm going to spin it.
Well, it defies logic. You know, they attempted to make similar argument when the Supreme Court ruled that what's his name, Dr. Chris Christian was unconstitutionally removed. And since the Supreme Court ruling, what have they done? This government, there's nothing to feel bad about. I heard Sylvester say that the president did not really push of this. There's a lot of things that I keep hearing about the president not being in the know of. When the presidential villa was exposed to the general public, the president was not aware of it. And he admitted to it. They thought it was a good strategy for the president to get on national radio and disown that project, right? Distance himself from that project. But then he also said something profound, which was, had I known, this is what I would have done. Well, he became aware of it and did nothing about it. How many people got fired? How many people got fired? Have we seen the list of donors? They said that there were international donors. Have we seen the list of those that donated to that project? No, because it's not factual. It's not true. The Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia, the minute I saw him interpret a ruling from the Supreme Court that was as explicit as they get. I'm not a legal mind, and there are things that are complicated when it comes to legality. You need the professional, the legal expert to break it down. But I thought that the Supreme Court ruling in the former speaker's case was as clear as it gets. But the Attorney General, who should have an appreciation of the law, the chief legal mind of the government, you would have thought that he would have gone back and told the president, Mr. President, the law is the law, and this is what the Supreme Court ruling is, and we should respect the Supreme Court ruling. He didn't do that. He interpreted the Supreme Court ruling to satisfy the political machinery that he supports. And the minute I saw him do that, I knew that we were doomed. This Attorney General reviewed this case. Forget the Solicitor General. Forget the prosecution. He didn't go to court to defend this case on behalf of the government. But he reviewed this case. Any smart lawyer will look for the evidence, the facts, to say if we must take. This is a very big case. Samuel Pewee is not just the former finance minister. He remains an integral member of the opposition, the most popular opposition political party and the fierce competitor to the Unity Party. To look at the case and say, where are the evidences? Can we try this case and win? Can we prove beyond the reasonable doubt what has been alleged? I mean, they never had a case against Samuel Pewee. From the inception of this nonsense, everyone knew, even those who supported it, who support this government knew it was a political witch hunt. Which is the reason why they attempted to handcuff Samatwe, even though he was turning himself in, even though he was coming into the country. When the charges were announced, he wasn't in the country, so he didn't flee. He wasn't fleeing justice. He was already out of the country. He was returning to the country. But because the goal, Telvi, was to handcuff him and have media take pictures of Samatwe, the loud-mouthed former finance minister of the CDC, have been handcuffed and he's en route to prison. They never care about the facts. They never care about the facts. And we cannot continue to do this. So should we sit here now and give credit to an independent judiciary? To hell with that. I don't care about that. It's not a good reflection on the government. I don't care how you look at it. That you go after political opponents. This is a political opponent. Listen, I want to fight corruption. I want to see people locked up for corruption, but I want to see them locked up based on the facts. So that we send a message that if the fact shows that you stole from our people, there are consequences. In this case, there were no facts. And you know what these guys have done, and I will close on this note, Mr. Gayman? They've wasted thousands of dollars on taxpayer money. And we were just talking about restorative justice from the concept of wasting money that should be invested in the people. The money that was wasted on trying these kids could have built hospitals in counties and in districts that are without. Could have invested. Listen, in the recent draft budget, the what you call budget, the supplementary budget, agriculture got $500,000. Agriculture got $500,000. While the NSA got $1 million. Whole day, NSA. We're pumping all this damn money in NSA, but our security is still fragile. Nothing has been solved. And so this is a case that I think this is enough reason outside of the fact that this government has not performed and deliver on key issue jobs, infrastructure, private sector. I mean, I don't know how many private sector investors have come into the country. This is enough reason on the rule of law that come 2029, these guys should never come close to power again. This is enough reason why they should never return to power. I'm not glad because of Samatwe. I don't care about Samatwe. Samatwe is not my best friend. I don't care about Samatwe. I'm glad that the truth prevailed. I'm glad that justice prevailed. Samatwe could have gone to jail for something he did not do only because the political party that is in power does not like the party he is affiliated with. We cannot run our justice system this way. We cannot fight corruption this way. It's wrong. And I'm glad that the truth prevailed this time over political maneuvering.
Thank you. Let me go to Sarah. Sarah, you've been idle for a while. The attorney is here. Any particular question to him, so we can go to.
Yeah, the only question I would like to ask the attorney and all of us on this, we were discussing it even before some of you guys came on, is how to improve the system in order to get a verdict. I mean, when you say this person is corrupt, or when you say this person committed a crime, as a government, you must have the receipt. Let that receipt be in your hand to prove your case to the point so that you don't go in the court and come out not winning the case and waste taxpayers' money for nothing. So my question to Antonio is, What is the way forward for our government? What can we propose as as panelists on this platform? I know it's obvious they have to change the system, but do you see the political will here to change anything or to just continue the same thing? That's just my question.
I think this is an excellent question that we all can answer intelligently. And my take on the question is to encourage the government to do something that the government have never desired to do, which is to respect the existing laws. That's it. That's the only way you can, because there's a system in place that the government is breaking down. The government is breaking down the entire system, the transparency pillow that was constructed or erected by the Seleke administration. Bouaka was the vice president in that government. The government exceeded the table mountain. Look, the double dollar today that are collecting money, LRA, when he was to PPCC, the PPCC had Tito Baye was insisting on doing the right thing because you had the right leader in place. She was not sleeping on the job. Today, Bouaka sleeping on the job. Her own ombudsman, the ombudsman that he started put in place, recommended the dismissal or suspension of 26 senior government officials for violating the code of conduct. You see, Bouaka say one sender by 0. Did that trash that other document that the ombudsman sent to him? Crash A. So, sister, the way to deal with this thing, the existing system, we got to respect it. PFN law, don't spend outside budget. Every day, Garguah is spending outside the budget. He don't care. The man with the president of low family, Garguah and low family, he don't care. He's just spending outside the budget. I say it has become a common place, although they are not violating law. That's how common it is now. So, and then the other thing, to just circle back to what my brother Robert was saying, that almost everything that happened in the government, Bouaka say, he's unaware, unaware. If Bouaka is unaware of some of these things or most of these things, then he's just in office but not in power. Then it's useless to have him there. Because wanting to be in office and wanting to be in power. To be in power is to exercise the authority to know what's happening in the government. So somebody else wanted to talk about him.
You know, this is the man who they want to carry for 200 years.
Don't mind about the joking. Then the other dangerous thing with Mr. Bouaka, which I made a case to backfire on there, he is a bearer of deep-seated grudges. Today, he and Kamara Kone now on talking terms. And I wrote a post on something that from Africa wrote. I said, Kamara, when the election ended, he was crying, dramatizing that they have won a glorious victory. I said, Kamara, you cry, you won a glorious victory. You are just inflicted a nightmare upon Liberia. And today I'm being proven right. Bouaka still got a long list of better grievances against Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Ellen tried to be diplomatic ways, we ain't talking alone. I mean, they ain't calling me up, but true. They're not talking. That's Bouaka. His list is there. He got things against people. Samuel Tué, I'll put you in jail. I'll put handcuff on your hand. That's what he's driven by. Deep-seated grudges. And anybody who is unforgiving or fighting other people, how can they end? Look, Bouaka government will end disgracefully. If he doesn't take a step back, he promised the people in 2023 that you are going to run an inclusive government. Is the government inclusive? Anybody who is earnest and looking at the government, is it inclusive system? This is a tribal club that's been wrong. It's a tribal club. So the question you ask is intelligent. The way we can deal with this thing is to encourage this government to scrupulously follow the existing law. The LDEA, one of the things Bouaka, the first show Bouaka put up, he go and take blood test, they were fighting drugs. Big North came to LDEA, people got dismissed. They didn't investigate what really happened there. What are the people dividing drugs money that what brought the confusion? Anybody care about that? Nobody cares. The Bouaka said, Mama, you go say that you suspended. He replaced them with somebody else. No investigation. How are you going to solve problem when you don't investigate thoroughly and again penalize where wrong conduct, persisted? What are you gonna do? How are you gonna do it? So we are dealing with an 80-year-old man who has no stamina to do anything and has abdicated his responsibility to somebody else because he can't be in power, ain't know about anything. So he just in office, he's not in power. We need to now do what is required in a proper democracy. In a proper democracy, power is inherent in ordinary people. And the ordinary people now have to stand up and take back the power they gave to Bouaka to run the country for 6 years. He is mismanaging the country. I'm encouraging ordinary people. You done justice, and I'm applauding you for giving Samuel Pewee a verdict. I applaud the Councillor Arthur Johnson, who did all the research work, a team, to stand by Samuel Pewee on empty pocket. I spoke with some of the government officials. They call me, your friend got no money with Jane. Samuel Pewee got no money. You see, I mean, somebody got money. He got no money. This man just travel intellectualism. With Jane, I mean, he got no money. In fact, they were rumors that the man was even starting with his brother. That's what they told me. That man started with his brother. He got no money. But they know that the man got no money. They know he still no money. But Bouaka being somebody driven by grudges, want to put him in jail, put him on his hand. And I you the one when I wanted my retirement money, used to deny me my retirement money. You know, one time Bouaka was on 50-50. So when I go my retirement money, the boy put taxes on you. I said, but Bouaka, you think they're going to put taxes on it? The other brother that in the trade retire, you think they're going to put taxes on it? Go for that tape. See, my still got a tape. It was a tape on which he said, you know, my heart was hurting me. I will put pacemaker inside my little retirement thing. When I come to summer 12, the boy put taxes on it. Who told you they can put taxes on it?
Retirement.
Free. So you know, we're dealing with somebody who is who's a bearer of deep-seated grudges. And the other thing you might need to do is to disavow himself or those grudges that he carries that hurt him, that make him hard to hurt. You gotta stop. You gotta let things go. You gotta be inclusive. You gotta bring intelligence and educate the people to serve, not only locally.
I have a question for you, Mr. Jackson.
1 minute. Johnny, you got a question for
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Jackson, do you think this crime was committed and it's only because the government lacked the capacity to prove the case?
You know, Robert said, you know Samuel Pewee much, right? I can vouch for my friend. Samuel is my friend. When I talk like that, I know him. Samuel and myself were together at the University of Liberia. He was 2 classes ahead of me, but we're good friends. I don't know Samuel Pewee to be a role or somebody who is steal. I know him for his intellect. He's not a role. If you said with a man, you will know he's not a role. He has a generous spirit. So I really don't believe that Buju will go and steal money. I don't believe so. But again, Bouaka is a bearer of deep-seated grudges. Somebody put taxes on his pension money, so he will fight him back, he will put him in jail. Even if it means he would dismiss Steve Zago, a local man, for not putting somebody in jail, he would do it. People just bear me on that matter, right? People just testify to that.
So
This is the level to which Bouaka is willing to go. I believe. There's a principle of law, which I quoted at the session of the program. Is that national security matters are not justiciable subjects. All around, from Great Britain that I lived for 5 years to the America, Google it. National security matters are not justiciable. This issue border on national security. People who own national security, they take oath of confidentiality. To not put national security thing outside. Why Bouaka took it to court? I won't put somebody in jail, put him on your hand.
Okay,
that's all.
Let me go to Honorable Pewee before I come to you. Tevi, you got any question real quick?
Yeah, I got a question from Mr. Jackson.
Yes,
So, Mr. Jackson, you're firing for all ankles. I love it. But let me ask. And I'm playing devil advocate here.
Yeah.
Where was he acquitted? O.J. Simpson, was he acquitted? It was not found guilty either. So we'll take it at that. Well, the law is the law. We accept it as is. But should Twitter pursue legal action for reputational damage or any kind of claims against GOL or the prosecution team?
I don't think it's possible in these circumstances, on the criminal cases, right? I mean, the government has the right to prosecute crime. They thought that they had a probable cause, And they went to court. Not guilty, not guilty. You just go and do something else. And that's the terrible thing about the system, you know. You can't, not guilty, not guilty. You can't, you know. If it was a private suit, then fine. But it still has the statutory responsibility to fight crime, right? You say, you know, you did something, you don't do it. People, your peers. And that's why the case is important, right? The people who brought the not guilty verdict, they're ordinary people. Some of them may even have Unity Party proclivities, right? Sensibilities, right? But they believe that they fear God. They told all to do the right thing. They're decent men here who sat in a play here, who explained the public finance system to us clearly. They men here who looking at it because he tell the black that may still pay 10 million, 6 million. They just look at me for the government got function man. No, but that ordinary people, you know, ordinary people, they're not trying of law, they are trying of facts. They look at the facts.
But in Liberia,
So they look at the man and they say, no, the government is law. There's no currency to the thing, no merit. The government back a law. So you're saying something that I pause.
No. Please go ahead.
So I mean, and, you know, I mean, we all can. I think that we should encourage this government. If the government wants to be taken seriously, then the government must come to the fight against corruption even-handedly. You can't be chasing after other people in previous governments and then your own people right under your watch. Even Mr. Boyka himself is not transparent. Mr. Boyka himself, he has not conducted himself in a manner that will give anybody any convincing evidence that he's a transparent leader. He himself helping to cover all things. If Boyka was a transparent leader, he would not take somebody who was just convicted of stealing poor soil people money, branding Samuka, and making the hair of yellow machine that was controversial. He will not do it. He will not bring him near that kind of place. He will not do it. That's in Supreme Court agree with the lower court and say, branding Samuka took the poor soil people money, the escrow money. That the man who not the yellow machine man, he over yellow machine. That's Boyka. You better see any fairness in this. I don't see any fairness in this. I am not taking Mr. William anonymity. What Bernie's on be in jail?
Yeah, but on Johnson, real quick, you admitted that Samuel Pewee was or is your friend. It was several classes above you. Those who say you are biased, you came in.
Man, come on. Stop.
Some people say you are biased because that's your friend.
No. That's it. If Gayman, if you wanted a job, right? If you wanted to apply somewhere, who would be your character witnesses? Even the president job, we're all trying to warn now, right? Your friends are the first people that will stay in the queue and say, "Hey man, good man, I made him president." If I can't stand in the queue and tell people, say, Samuel Pewee is a decent man, I have known him for over at least 15, 20 years, then I will be burying my own conscience. I will not be fair to myself. It doesn't make me to be biased in favor of Pewee. The evidence is speaking for itself. The ordinary people who say not guilty, they know Samuel Pewee and here. They just look at the man, their presentation, they look at the government evidence, the government evidence are trash. You're moving from here. Don't put good people in jail because Boyka is angry. He's still bitter.
Let me hold you there. You say this president that we all want. Do you want to be president of Liberia? Breaking news?
Absolutely. There's no limitation to my ambition, brother. What are you talking about? God willing, if our people say I should be president, you think I would decline it? I got better ideas than Boyka. So let me be serious. I got far better ideas than Mr. Boyka. Old and decrepit, dragging the country back into crisis. I got better ideas than him. I would be inclusive if I were to be president. I would be magnanimous if I were to be president. I would take Liberia territorial integrity seriously. Not to play games like he's doing with the Guinea. I'm not going to do that. Look, brother. You see, when I forgave George Weah, when I was sending the message I was sending to our people is that you can't be a national leader and bear grudges. You think when George Weah telephoned me and said, "Isaac, my begin, I'm sorry for what I did to you in London. I should not have done it. But I won't blame anybody. I, the president, I take responsibility. Let it go. Let's work together for the betterment of Liberia." You think if I was somebody who would be better, I would not be better and say, "Oh, Joey, I'm not forgiving you." If I go to Boyka, even though I knew Boyka couldn't do the work, I knew. Today I've been vindicated. I knew Bouaka couldn't do the job. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and I'll repeat myself on this. When you sit with Ellen for 5 minutes, you may not like her, but because of her long experience in the international community, she can spot competence. That Ellen refused to stand behind Bouaka because she knew Bouaka was incompetent. Speak volume. What picture do you have of Ellen holding Bouaka hand and say you're making president? Nowhere. Zero. Because she knew the man was unfit and incapable to serve as good president of the country. The Liberian people in know her signal. They brought this man on us. Today, there's no transparency in the country. Joe, we are in several parts. All the way to say, Uncle, you look at Bouaka on the government. Rubbish. Nothing transparent there. Bouaka, based on his 12-year experience as vice president, you don't think he's supposed to be outshiny George? You don't think he's going to outperform George? 12 years as vice president. You know Liberia problem? Today, you can't even prosecute Patrick Wozi. You can't even prosecute Amin Moda. 96,000 government money thrown down the toilet. You're asking one question, because these are people who are your tribal people. And Bouaka is a tribal bigger. There's no if and anybody. Let me be very clear with our people. So, brother, is that the same Bouaka you're going to be behind still? LDEA. Oh, we're fighting drugs. We're taking blood tests. Where they fight against drugs now with the blood test? All they know that did they investigate anybody there? The recommendation for the ombudsman was just established. The Ellen government envisioned that. We are king. I don't know if we didn't do much with it. Now, Bouaka said, look, we gave that ombudsman body strength. We appoint people. The ombudsman now have recommended that 26 of your officials, they violated the code of conduct. Bouaka taking any action? Do you think they may really have any desire to strengthen the governance system of our country? No. He's unfit. And the power should revert to the ordinary people so that we can do the right thing for the country. Bouaka is unfit, incapable to run the country. Where is Kabina Jane? Kabina Jane was displeased. I will end on this one. Justice Kabina Jane was displeased with the CDC, how they treated him. Justice Kabina Jane, last press conference, endorsed Bouaka. Is he anywhere close there? He's not there. He's already Madingo man, right? Bouaka issue with Madingo people in Lofa. He's a Lofa defense for guy. So automatically, Kabina Jane became an enemy to him, even though Jane had to bend over backward to endorse him. He doesn't see him fit. To say, okay, send the movie from the bench. I will either send you back on the bench, or I will send you to the ministry. Just nothing. Have they sent you on any of the commission anywhere there based on his experience? Zero. Because Bouaka was a member of the Lofa Defense Force. And the Lofa Defense Force was established to resist the Madingo influence in Lofa. And he got that in him. I tell him I love my Madingo brothers. Look, this country will not get better in the hands of Bouaka. He got too many people in his heart. Too many people in his heart. And we got to do better to kill this man.
Anthony Johnson, I have another question I want to ask you.
Johnny, 1 minute. Please pause. Okay, we're going to read the numbers out starting at 8:30. In the next 10 minutes, we're going to be taking calls. That's what we have agreed on. So by 8:30, if you have any calls, if you want to make a call, the numbers are here. If you are in Liberia, is I guess it's 777-649-986. 776-499-86. That's Liberia. If you want to use our WhatsApp number, that's +1 856-676-5136. Or you can call the Florida number 772-940-2871. Or all the American numbers are +1. You know that too. So at exactly 8:30, in 9 minutes, we're going to be taking calls. Calls for anybody here. The attorney at law, Pewee, Robert Garguah, Ms. Telvi, Sarah, everybody, Johnny is here. We will take any question. We are equipped. We are not afraid of anything. We can talk. So in the next 9 minutes, start getting ready to call, and we'll go live. Let me go to Johnny. You were asking a quick question.
Yeah. So, Council, there's a situation I wanted you to provide clarification discussing legal matter. The current budget of 2026 under the revenue component, it states that the Ministry of Transport will have the responsibility to raise revenue, honor vehicle registration, and the rest of it. In 3 months or so, the government came back to remove that position from Ministry of Transport and turn it over to a private entity. How do you see that as a lawyer? Or can you interpret that to us? What does it mean to us as honor adherents?
I think it's grossly unfortunate that you would take a statutory responsibility of a ministry and give it to Lebanese people. I thought we're tired with it. Most of the homes that are being demolished, they are being demolished to give cushion to the Lebanese people. That's how disgraceful the Bouakai administration is. It is spreading poverty by demolishing the homes of poor Liberian people, but giving things to Lebanese people so they can build stores. Lebanese people have been building stores in that country forever, right? What have they done for that country? That's the disgrace with the administration. You take a statutory responsibility of a ministry and give it to a group of Lebanese boys to make millions. That's Bouakai incompetence in broad daylight. That's Bouakai incompetence on public display. The work that people like Councillor Bronski did when they were at the Ministry of Labor, Bouakai raking no work down. It was under the Bronskins' leadership at the Ministry of Labor that certain businesses were put aside for Liberia, for Liberians to do. Today, we don't even know what's going on. The only people selling S water. In the people selling S water. Liberian people ain't got nothing. Zero. So Liberian people, Bouakai ain't able to enjoy his deathbed. Ain't taking Liberian people into consideration. We got to stand up and tell you enough is enough. That's why I want to applaud Mobile Molu and a few other people. For what they're doing, they got to do more than what they're doing now. Our people need some kind of leadership to organize the thing in a right way to tell Bouakai enough is enough. Look at how they uprooted Yeke, brother. Look at how they uprooted Yeke. Today, Bouakai said, Ellen Johnson said, who a former president, who have Mary Bro over there. I mean, the Bouakai is so, blindfolded that he can't even see reality. Even the 6-year-old child during the Seleke administration who testified to the fact that the city was at least a cleaner city. Bouakai is contradicting Ellen shamelessly. That Moreover better than the Ellington when he was vice president. You want to believe this? You want to take the woman seriously? Mary Bro, even what the demarcation now we got over there, where city people collecting money from parking station, it was Mary Bro then idea to draw the line where the car will park properly. And Mary Bro on Ellen. Beautification project, Mary Bro on Ellen. You go to Moreover City Hall. Everywhere you enter a bar, you want to live inside there and eat. Mary Bro. That was Mary Bro, like I said, Bouakai urinating on that. They say they better than Mary Bro time. That Bouakai doing it. You believe him? You think he's a good witness? He's a rubbish witness. He try to contradict his former boss. That's his arrogance and that's the bitterness still in him. And the Liberian people can see the evidence that the city is dirty. Really dirty. And Bouakai said, no, you're not dirty. Ellington was doing better than what Ellen did. The Bouakai contradicting, unfolding evidential public document, public notice. Nobody believes the old man anymore. He's just in office, he's not in power. He doesn't see poor people breaking their homes down and giving it to Lebanese people. The Liberian people who work at transport, Bouakai taking job from them and giving it to Lebanese people. That's Bouakai. Is that how you rescue people? Bouakai is expanding hardship in the country. And I think now, more than ever, it's the time for our people to say, enough is enough. We can't continue with this. Who else Bouakai going to falsely accuse? Let's go back to the corruption thing. Who else is he going to falsely accuse? He now start accusing Ellen Jerome Myean and politics. They say they clean. Liberian people, you believe that they say they clean more than Mary Bro time? Anybody in Monrovia believe that thing Bouakai talk that they say they clean more than Mary Bro time? Ellen Bro time, you go to City Hall, you won't sit down in the toilet to eat. That they say that you get now. You go on Benson Street, Broad Street, McDonald Street, car and park in order. That's what you see now in Monrovia. That's not it. But again, Bouakai is a bitter man. Even if he's bitter, he's still angry.
let me ask you one quick question before I go to Robert. We got 5 more minutes before we start taking the calls. Think about this while Robert asks his question. I'm going to ask you, I was listening to Honorable Snow. There's a viral video from the ECOWAS court where they are blaming the Liberian delegation for deleting something so powerful and cardinal to international law, which is what's happening on the Lofa and Guinea border, and the subsequent removal of a legislator in the Republic of Liberia based on what he said, and they took them to court. I don't know if you saw that video.
You know, I didn't pay too much attention to what the brother was saying, but look, brother, the last time we were here, I told you, right, that if Liberia was genuinely aggrieved, like what Liberia will invoke the Vienna Convention, right? Article now, the Vienna Convention, right? But Liberia has not done so. Why can't they deleting things from document because they don't want people to look at the evidence? Why can't treating the whole Matoma thing like the chancellor who had treated a born candidate called Pepper Bush? That's Bwaka Pepper Bush. Bwaka is benefiting from the illicit money that's taking place on the border. He doesn't want people to scrutinize it. Has Bwaka taken any action against Nyenwolo, the man who is in the center of all of the accusation? He carry people there. They're doing the illicit money. They go and start scapegoating Yeke. The Amara said, boy, I move Yeke, but the Guinea people stay there. They say, oh, Amara, we got to bring him for security. The team you're talking national security. Amara said, but gentlemen, I'm on National Security Council. What are you doing? You won't come for me too, gentlemen? Anybody would talk, everything that Amara said, I said about Guinea military, you can Google and read it. Liberian people, you know that Guinea military, they're like there. So you're looking for where now to come and expel me too? This is the political instability that Bwaka wants. Because he can't provide adequate leadership. Nobody to scrutinize or critique him. Even though Amara was critical in the runoff, in bringing Bwaka to power today, they treat him as though they were treating a bad dog. They wouldn't entertain his critique. You know how you treat dumper dog, right? You're pushing around, pushing so. Amara brought him to America and opened some door, and Amara said, well, beating some chest, so they put him aside. But Amara is a good man. Amara is a good man. He's telling you that you're making mistake. It is only your critics that can make you to do better. When the criticism is authentic and genuine. Amara, when Bwaka does right, Amara say, yeah, Bwaka, you do well. But Bwaka, they give it to the way you do it wrong. He said, no, Amara put national security officer. They don't treat the jacket. What are we doing? Even Madam Sally have expressed her what? Disapproval regarding the illegal removal of Yeke. So anybody would tell Bwaka, say, Baba, you running the corner the wrong way, there's going to be enemy, automatically enemy. There's going to be target. So all I'm saying here, brother, Bwaka is unfit to lead this country. He has no new ideas. When he was young, he was uninspiring. He got only one dry degree with him, meaning he was not somebody who has any ambition to go forward, to get any better academic, intellectual exposure. Everything he had over there is local. And when age got in there, age set in, every other thing declined. He got no new idea to offer. Everything in that man declined. He in office, he not in power. We need to do better.
Okay, Doctor, real quick, it's 8:30. It's time for you to call with your question. Your name and where you calling from, ma'am?
My name is Julia Quetzal.
Go ahead.
And I'm calling from somewhere unknown.
Go ahead.
I called to speak to my young bastard brother, Anthony Jackson. I'm surprised to hear him speaking the way he's speaking. I'm not defending or questioning, but it takes me back from the elections of 1997 with Charles Taylor and Madam Sirleaf, in 2003 with Madam Sirleaf and the late Councillor Bromskin, and the role that Isaac Jackson played. But moving forward, Isaac Jackson was one of those that were illegally removed because of a tenure position are the very people that he's protecting today. Am I missing something, Isaac? You were legally removed for somebody like you that were qualified, that has stabilization on that position you held. And I see you defending them. I wonder if something is wrong. And there are others that been removed illegally from tenure positions. I don't hear you questioning that. I don't hear you asking what happened to the law. Why these laws were made and they were to be protected by people. But you were a victim. But today, I see you protecting the very people that are moving others from tenure positions. What happened at the court today, if it had gone the other way, what would you have been saying? That the court or the legal system did not do their job? But like somebody said, yes, I grew up in California. I live in California. I remember the case with, what's his name? You are only guilty when they're proving guilty. He said you must acquit. Okay? And I will witness that case live in San Francisco. So if today the court says this as a legal person, a legal-minded person, that doesn't mean that you are still not guilty. You are only guilty. So now it's left with the accuser to go and defend himself. But to see Isaac, who always been on the opposition side, and to see Isaac, who himself was disbanded from his job because of what they thought was right and wasn't right, and he didn't take a legal action, defending the very people. I'm not taking notes down, Isaac, because at another time I will talk my own story about what happened. But I'm just saying to you, Isaac, there are roles that you play when it's necessary, and there are points that ideas that you take when it's necessary. But just don't just get into something because you have a view on it. Okay? The case is not over yet. You could be evicted of one thing and can still be accused of another thing. The law is the law. The law has taken its course. Let's respect the justice system, because if that had not happened today, you know what we would be in today? What has happened? We cannot accuse anybody.
Let me come in for a second.
Those people that were accused are going to come up with their own evidence. So then what will you say after that? I think you should give them the benefit of a doubt. As a man of legal studies, or a man that was taught by a legal professional from Grand Bassa County, I think you should allow the law to take its course, and you should keep the court's rule. Give the court chance, give those people who were accused the chance to go and see whether they're going to go to the Supreme Court to defend themselves, or whether they're going to accuse those that were exonerated. And that was my question, that was my concern for my little brother Isaac. Isaac, whatever we do today or yesterday, it comes back. So I'm just saying to you, you've been in that position before, and you know how you fought for it. At the end of the day, you didn't get any resolve. Give the others a chance to fight for their own rights.
What are you talking about?
Thank you.
Let me say this. Let me say this. In the first place, I think Madam Johnson Cassell is speaking as though she's a confused person. Because what I first observed is a danger of faded memory. She said, when they removed me from the tenure job, I did not do anything. Madam Johnson Cassell, where have you been living all these years? Living on the rock? I took the CTC government to court. I stay in court with them forever until their Supreme Court said I didn't get judgment. So when you say I didn't fight, where I speak now, I am speaking for the rights of other people that the government attempted to abuse. And I don't know what you're talking about. You talk about people removing people from tenure position. I have not spoken on that. Madam Johnson Cassell, you might read my writings. I have criticized the Bouaka government repeatedly for uprooting people from tenure position without adhering to the due process of law. The Supreme Court spoke in favor of people like Garrison Yelu. Where's Garrison Yelu today? You are United Party president. You got the unbridled audacity to call on this show and twist the facts. Have you spoken anything about Garrison Yelu going back to his tenure position? Oh, you enjoy the fact that Patrick Horner is so like Bouaka stood, is a commissioner now, and he making money. His generator takes more money than teachers and nurses in the country. You're comfortable with that. You just want to be a United Party steward. Can you not see that Bouaka is dragging our country down a disastrous slope? You think it was fair for Bouaka to falsely accuse Samuel Twer when you want yourself to be accused falsely, Mr. Cassell, Madam Cassell? You come and beating your chest comically and thinking like you saw a United Party steward and no better. I have spoken. Listen, let me say this. I have
we got a lot of callers for you. We got a lot of callers.
Yes, Madam Cassell is confused. She is completely confused.
Okay, let's
she
move
is
to the
talking from a place of a faded memory.
Okay,
I don't know what she even talking because she kept contradicting herself.
Okay,
I have spoken against all the ills in the country.
Okay, Jackson.
And Madam Sally started with me. Let me say something, friend.
I have a caller.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Sarah.
Go ahead, Madison.
Okay, good evening.
No. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead. There's a lot of calls.
Yes.
So, Mr. Gayman, yeah, I said, y'all take all the calls, then we'll move on.
That's what we're doing.
All of that will take time.
Who else got called? Okay, we're going after you there. Go to Connor. Go ahead, Sarah.
Go ahead, Madison.
Okay. We should only be thankful to God that this case that Samuel Twer won today was a jury trial case. Had it not been a jury trial case where it was a case that the judge alone can sit down and knock a gavel down and conclude the case, Mr. Bouaka would have dictated, to the judge to get Samuel Twer guilty and sent to jail. Thank God it was a jury trial case. And secondly, the law said the burden of proof lies on the accuser. If you accuse somebody of a major criminal offense as such, you have to prove your case beyond reasonable doubt. The judge politicized the issue, went after sedition, or people who are associated with George Weah and plan to disgrace them. What is the case against Myean and the former foreign minister? They said they stole rice. They stole the rice. Where is the case? These are the kind of stupid cases. Which one cases? They've been bringing against the people. They got no proof. It's been dead on arrival. This case was dead on arrival. It had no proof. It had no legal basis, no evidence to indict someone that he stole $6.2 million from the government of Liberia. It was a murder case, and it blew up in their faces today. And I'm even looking at their stupid people trying to look for Amy to be acquitted. Amy, you are innocent. He's innocent. When you are not guilty of a crime in a court of law, it means you are innocent. How is it not clear for you to understand? How is that not clear? That trying to find out and not excusing that Samuel Twer was not innocent. So what did the court say? What did the jury say? 15-minute jury, what did they say?
Thank you. Let's go
Thank
to the
you,
next.
Madison.
Your name and where you calling from?
I'm calling from New Jersey.
Go ahead.
Let me say good evening to all of the panelists and then, of course, Attorney Jackson. Attorney Jackson, I don't want to admonish you to listen in, and then you can respond. You can respond collectively to the callers, because individually everywhere. Then I don't know why you guys wanted for us to listen to your pastor at the end of the year.
No, he's taking note. He will respond to all of that at the end.
Thank you. But listen, this is shameful and embarrassing for the like Isaac Jackson said, adulterated audacity to come on these shows and then be talking about this kind of divisive behavior and exhibiting their angers around here. These are the same people that orchestrated sanctions on individuals in Liberia today, and they can't prove a thing. Today, a young boy like Jefferson Koji, they lie on that boy today, that boy is on sanction. The manufacturer story that the house he was living in, he built that house, only to come to realize that house is owned by Jerome Gayman. And today that boy is languishing in sanction. So if they go to court, like the last caller stated, if that wasn't a jury trial, trust me, that judge are going to run. They're going to pressurize that judge to completely convict Samuel 12. But because the jury, it was a 12-man jury panel that constituted, mind you, the entire country is angry and hungry. So any jury that you panel, they're going to casting against this government because they are suffering equally. And this is the problem you got in our country right now. Samuel 12. There's nothing wrong over there. You got a government, your president has taken $10 million of the resources and built a building in for you, and you got nothing to say about it. Are you prosecuting him? Have you ever called the Baka government for inquiry on the construction one that's going for you? No, they will not do that because it's Joseph Baka. Have you compared Joseph Baka to bring to book the Italian Affairs Minister for the crime they have committed at the border today? That your country has been invaded. They will not do that. But the selective justice and the anger and the greed for power is all they are going after that. Talking about. The law says the man is innocent until proven guilty. And yesterday they come here with twisted knowledge and telling you, oh, the man is acquitted, but he's not innocent. Come on, guys. I'm trying to go on here, baby. I don't want to take all of the time, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for the time, Jerome.
Thank you.
For the people who want a kid, why are you angry to men now? It is so pretty.
But let me say something to what our brother was saying, right?
No, hold on. I got one call for you.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Kevin, I'm waiting for you to cue me in. I got a call here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Color your life.
All right. This is Kehleboe Gongloe calling from the state of Pennsylvania. Specifically, the brother of Senator, the city of brother-in-law of Philadelphia. Here is my take. Few things I'd like to say. I think Anthony Jackson has spoken to some of this issue extensively. I believe the government lost the case for other reasons. Just on the face of it, first, the fact that you could not establish a direct link or place someone on the crime scene and say, hey, get in there, the conspiracy, is a thing, and they collecting, they went behind the scene, the sheriff money. Besides all that one day. But the government undermined her own case. Here is a government that is seeking equity, but it does not come down with clean hand. They have $10 million case in FOIA that they kept away from the public until the media. Some media practitioners have to hire a drone to go in the air to see that, to take a photo of that construction before the president could admit to it. Even as that, he could not admit to it as a leader in clear terms. He was wishy-washy about his response. Second, Waka keep a power. He said, there's national security, I'm going to order NSA. Later, he withdrew the letter. The same government that is seeking equity, but no clean hand. What are they doing? The rate at which they are transferring money to NSA for security reasons, for intelligence. That rate, if they continue for the next 4 years, it will surpass Ellen Johnson's allocation of NSA and Georgia allocation of NSA. They will surpass it. So the government undermined her own case by losing her integrity on the fight on corruption. So you are saying one thing in court, but you're acting one way, and the jurors are human beings. They are not inanimate objects. They live in Liberia, they can breathe, they can see, they can hear. So I'm not even going to deal on the legal thing, but just on the face of it, the government lacks integrity and they were seeking equity with dirty hands. And that's why, in my mind, the jury just gave them also the bloody nose.
Thank you.
Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Flomo. I'm calling from Boston, Massachusetts.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the ladies said that people won the case. Why didn't I rejoice? And they're angry. This is the reason why. It's like the brother said, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. So if the person is not proven guilty, it means the person is what? Innocent. But the Unity Party folks, they are running with this narrative that, oh, you know what, he's not innocent, even though they say he's not guilty. Meanwhile, the English language says everyone is innocent until what? Proven guilty. It's like you and somebody went for a race and the person beat you squarely, but because you're a bit of a loser, you don't want to accept it. Oh, because I was sick. You are no champion because I was sick. You definitely piss that person off because the person beat you squarely. Oh, because I was sick, No. So the thing is, the man is innocent. The law says you're always innocent. So if you can't prove that the guy is guilty, then we revert to his innocence. But to say no, he's not innocent. But then what? Even though the jury found him not guilty, but he's not innocent, then you are telling people that Samuel Trust still stole that money, but because the group of 12, 14 people say he's not guilty, and that's why he's walking free, but he's actually guilty. You are actually telling people he's actually guilty. So that's what pissing people off. That's why they are angry, and they are not rejoicing. That's why they are angry. I just want to answer that sister. So that's why they are angry. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Thank you. Wow. This one rough today. Anthony.
Yeah. Let me.
One minute. Let me check this out. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Elvani Mame, and I call from California.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for the show. This show is very, very interesting, and I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying Asset Jackson. You just need to, calm down a little bit and push, because he's a logician. Let him push logic, and the second thing is, this particular case is a victory for justice in the country. And it's not because the United Party did not try to manipulate this case. They did everything within their power. This was a jury trial. And the only reason why they could not manipulate the jury is because the jury, most of them are hungry, most of them are angry, most of them are living in poverty, and so they know what is right. The Unity Party lied to them, and they cannot continue to be lied to, so they decided otherwise. In fact, they decided based on the fact. Unity Party guys, they do not have any evidence. Cases brought to court, for you to win your case, it has to be based on irrefutable evidence. You cannot bring a case and you have no evidence at all, and then you say you will win a case. You cannot win a case like that. And so it is victory for the justice system. The second thing I wanted to emphasize is the United Party government has failed this country. The Liberian people need to realize that there are a bunch of incompetent people who lie to the people and say that all the book they know. What have they done to prove it? Joseph Boga is incompetent. They have distributed poverty, ignorance, and disease upon the people. They have urinated and defecated on our constitution. These people have not shown anything in terms of rescue, and yet we got people willing to support them through their incompetence. These Janjaweed cases they brought, these pedestrian lawyers they brought. What is the result today? The outcome is they lose the case. And in 2029, I'm calling on the Liberian people to reject the United Party. They are very shameless. And shame on them today, shame on them in 2029. Get ready for 2029 to put them out of office. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My first time hearing the Janjaweed thing, but I said, this platform is something else. Janjaweed.
Yeah. So you want me to jump in now?
Yes, go ahead, Chief.
So let me pick up on the point the last caller there made, and then I will go through all the other callers, right? He made a very brilliant point. I know Big Sister Julia Junkin Castle is a slavish devotee to the Unity Party. She doesn't see anything wrong with the Unity Party. And they got people like that who can sacrifice their soul and suspend their critical faculty when they become part of something. Even when the thing going wrong, they will still be dancing behind it. That's why so even in Germany, after Hitler Germany, when Adolf Hitler was murdering Jews, there were people who were still praising him. That's the kind of people we got, like Julia Duncan Castle then. Bouaka doing terrible job. She still won't be praising Bouaka and calling me and talking about, the people they bad into you, and you preaching for them today. They bad into me, Julius. You go to Episcopal church. The first thing the Episcopal priest will tell you is to forgive people who have wronged you. You want to be like Bouaka, keeping grudges in your heart and calling on show and say, see this, he talk my jaw, so I want to be angry still. Even though I know what they're doing to them, is that right? You are not that person. I'm a better human being. I don't keep grudges. I'm a better bastard man. I don't keep grudges. And that's the church I go to. I go to a 7-day Adventist church. I tell me to forgive. You can't forget. It's up to you. The Unity Party, you won't forgive. Go sit down to your place where you don't forgive people.
Okay, Jackson.
But let me make the point.
We got a lot of people on the line.
You got a lot of people on the line. But I want to just say something about what that fellow said, which I think is important to go back to. The Unity Party did everything in its power to put Pewee in jail. From the inception of the case, you know what they did? They even intimidated insurance company to deny Samuel Pewee bail bond. Samuel Pewee had to use all horses. The horse he used to get a bond. They never gave him insurance bond. That's what the government did to put that young man in jail. That's what Bouaka wickedness and bitterness can do. So he right that today 4 people exonerated that man. We must celebrate it.
Great. Your name and where you calling from?
Hey, Mr. Gilman, this is Mr. Dwallu. How you doing, sir?
Go ahead.
Yeah, look, why are we making this thing about party when the court has ruled and the government proved its case? Let me lay down a few bases here. I'm listening to some of the guys talking about the case was lost. The case was won. The issue about the case is very simple. The government brought a simple case. The $6.2 million was actually phone from the Liberian people. The government proved its case. Now, this is a jury trial. The jury made a decision and said, listen, 2 or 3 people are culpable for this crime. The other
Can you speak a little louder?
Okay. How loudly do you want me to speak now? Can you not hear me?
Go ahead. They say you sounding sexy, taller.
Lower, not.
She know the reason why she did that. She know exactly why she did that.
Okay.
My voice is very big. I know you're trying to get something on. So,
oh my God.
Yeah.
Sarah, amazing.
Do I go ahead? Don't listen to the woman. She's a troublemaker. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So the issue here is not a case. This is the case that went to the court. Let's stop making it about. And if there was going to be a case against the person you guys wanted to walk, it would have been a wish hunt. Now it's no longer a wish hunt. This is very simple. The government proved its case. So I don't know what all the brouhaha is about. This is ridiculous. I'm listening to you. I'm like, Mr. Gayman, you know better. Tell them the government won this case. They can't convict everybody. If everybody was convicted, great. If they convicted 4 people, great. 3 people, great. So let's be fair here. A verdict came down and the government proved its case. Simple.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Who's that, Mr. Gayman?
Gayman, you want me to say something quickly?
No, 1 minute.
Okay.
Your name and where you calling from? Go ahead, ma'am. Your name and where you calling from? Hello.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Felicia. I'm calling from Louisville, Kentucky.
Go ahead.
I just want to tell you, thank you. Sarah, my girl, I enjoy you tonight. Thank you. Mr. Afe, thank you so much. You know what? We're not only listening today with the Unity Party people. Like, I see people be able to interpret out of our for 6 more years. Now, most of the time, they say, the court say he's not guilty, but he's not innocent. Look at me, interpret out the best you can get them. I see people say they may vote. They leave it there when they post it. They want to take it. They won't take it out of business. We don't have time for that. We don't have time. The man is not guilty. He's not guilty. The man is the total really guilty. We will celebrate our brother. We will celebrate all the Marylanders. We don't have time for that. If they like it, they interpret any kind of way they want to interpret. All we know, he's not guilty. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Gayman.
Thank you.
Let me say something.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on.
Anthony, this my water.
Your name and where you calling from? Hello? Hello? Yeah, your name and where you calling from?
My name is Thomas. I'm calling from Rhode Island.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think by this time the Bwaka government should just call Dualo so they can give a job now because he had to support the government so that they can give a job. He still come here and say the government won't. He will not kill the government won. There were 4 or 5 people. Everybody's concentration was on Samuel Pewee. People don't care about other people. Even outside today, nobody knew there were 3 or 4 other people on trial with Samuel Pewee. The last matter is a man stole money. Nobody is concerned about the level of that. People don't even know those other people. This whole thing, they country at the edge of their seat because the government against Samuel Pewee. Then say because then the government won the case. Look, my brother Dualo, you my bastard brother. You don't wear so much. I will want you to that's why you can get a job. Because why you doing all the going from platform to platform just so you can get a job. Everybody concentrating on Samuel Pewee. This is the government working. Who knows other people? Nobody knew those people there. And then somebody, one of the government supporters at Dualo, one of Dualo's friends who said, oh, we got 100 cases. We lost one today, but we bring one more. Which means that what they are wish hunting. Why the next one can be how you call it, a unity party case? Why the next one can be the national Joe Walker building all the way in for that nobody knows about? It is a hidden secret. Why they can't be a unity party case? The message we got 100 CDC cases, we bring another one, we lost one today. So from that statement alone, you know, sure that wish on. So that when the CDC cases beyond other book cases, God, I will petition, I will campaign, and I will go and protest with my boss so that Joe Walker can go and get you a job. The government lost a job. The government lost a case against Samuel Pewee. No, I don't know to other people. Thank you for having me, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah. It sounds like him.
No, but I think that caller.
Yeah, Jackie, go ahead. As they come in,
that caller pushed a very strong logic. You know, my friend Dualo tried to put a spin, and this spin he tried to put on it is so childish. Everybody knew that the prime culprit that the government was going after in this case was Samuel D2 jail. And that's why even the government itself is now grieving, including President Bwaka, that he didn't succeed in putting handcuffs and putting my friend in jail because he put taxes on his pension money. That's Bwaka. You know, so you're right, Dualo. The spin you try to put on the thing is so elementary. Nobody agrees with you. Your prime culprit that you wanted to put in handcuff, that Samuel Pewee. That's why you made all the insurance company to deny him bail bond. You got to get property value bond to get bond to be outside. That's what you did. You temper with the system, but God was on the young man's side. The other thing where they're talking about O.J. Simpson. You know the O.J. Simpson thing, when you go to it, nobody put O.J. Simpson in jail from Rider. Because there's a simple legal principle. You call it what? Res judicata. They got to be into litigation. The jury passed the verdict. You can't scrutinize that verdict when there is not a cause to say there was foul play. That case is closed. He was judged by his peers. And even in criminal cases, we got to open some classroom for some of these flunkies that in Unity Party, these desiccated brains in Unity Party who can march here and call in because they want to make sure of themselves. In criminal cases, the standard there is high. That's what they say. You got to prove beyond all reasonable doubt. If you can't prove beyond all reasonable doubt, the case is going nowhere. The government failed to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that Samuel Pewee took the money they accused him of. That verdict had been passed by people of his peers. You can't do nothing about it, especially when you can't prove that there was foul play in the process. His peers judged him, not guilty. And you whip it over it and try to put a spin on it. You gotta stop this. You know, somebody was saying something about even the coaching thing. Why it is important for us to speak very clear and convincingly. What Bwaka doing today, polluting the governance system of the country, weaponizing the judiciary, it will go way back. You see, Koji, there were people who manufactured lies against him. I read a recent article that he wrote from, I think he's somewhere he said in one way, guy, really in England, whatever, because the got England. But he wrote a piece. He said, all these people who are manufacturing lies against me, I'm out of power now, no power in my hand. Where the evidence? Where the evidence? They got no evidence. The United Party people, some of them, not all of them, but some of them, most of them are desiccated. They thrive on empty propaganda. You lie on a young man who has potential, and today he laboring under the burden of ascension. He said, I'm not in power again. Hear me here. Confront me with your evidence. I want to clear my name. They can't bring any evidence against him because there's no evidence to bring. Broad day lie. Bwaka, you have an opportunity to put food in the belly of hungry people, hungry children. All you're doing now is just engaging in political warfare. You have abandoned the poor people who voted for you. The verdict will come against him soon. I think Bwaka is digging his own political grave. Nobody will call on this show and weep. You can carry your weeping somewhere. We have no mercy for wrongdoing, and we will not be deferential to wrongdoing. So somebody can come, oh, you know, see these people take from government job. Why are you talking better? Sister, I'm not bitter. I don't bear grudges. I speak the truth at all times. I'm not going to be like Bwaka. He got long list of grievances against Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. He keeping it, even though it was Ellen who gave you vice president job, even though at her behest, the children went to good school and they themselves were serving a marathon. Ellen did that. Bwaka still get list against her.
17.
Today, he's still contradicting Ellen. Ellen said, let's say Daddy. He said, no, you're not Daddy. It's better than the time you were president. Even though you were vice president at that time, he still want to contradict the woman. And Julia Donkey Cassa, he said he's going to be Ellen's friend. You call him on show here? You can't go tell Bwaka, say, stop. He said, oh man, you got to stop. That Ellen gave you the currency you now enjoy. Julia, if you get courage to call on the show, you must get courage to tell Bwaka. And you're dragging our country in the dirt. And you got to stop it.
Excellent. Let me go to Gongloe. Gongloe, welcome to the show. Our guest.
Yes, I'm not a guest.
Well,
I'm a panelist.
According to tell you, they have not seen you since when? Since 1847.
Well, Telvi doesn't keep good records, so that's part of the problem. But you know, I think there's a wonderful show, fantastic show. I just been on the phone with folks in Liberia, some of my friends, just discussing this case. But you know, what saddens me is not the fact that the case ended the way it is, but the sad part is the Unity Party guys actually lied their way to power. And this is the sad part of it. These guys were so desperate because they were in power for 12 years and they could not withstand the 6th year without job. I mean, I can imagine, in fact, it's just that Natana Magay is a very civilized man, I would say. Because many of them who used to go sit down in Natana Magay house in the back room so cities people can see them. They were on video. They have video footage of them begging, waiting there for the rent to be paid. And at the same time, they were lying on. I mean, Jefferson Koji case is a classic case. They lie on this young man. I didn't know him, but he and I have someone come up between us. James Dopoh Jala IRA is his uncle. Now he's my brother. So we have something common. And Jefferson and I have spoken on the phone a couple of times. Okay? They lied on him. And I will make a prediction here because I'm hearing a lot of whispers from Monrovia. The person who called here, Dualo, political businessman Dualo, you know, I will say this. This case was about Samatwe as much as it was about anything else. President Bwaka is losing sleep until he sees Samatwe in jail. They are going to bring another case against Troy, I think, as early as next week. That is Bwaka's ultimate measure of success in his administration. If Samatwe was not going to jail, Bwaka will consider himself not successful.
Wow.
The Solicitor General, Comrade Augustine Fire, my soup comrade, even though he's kissy, there is call now for his neck from the Unity Party chat room. They are saying Augustine Fire should be fired He's not a good Solicitor General.
Wow.
He said the case was a slim dunk and they lost the case. Even though Dwalo is saying they won, but in United Party chat room, they won the Solicitor General neck now. The one his hair chopped up. The one he dismissed. The one the Justice Minister dismissed. Because the government spent more than $1 million on this case. The government spent more than $1 million on this case and they lost it. So they're saying the Justice Minister should go, the Solicitor General should go. That is the debate currently in the Unity Party chat room.
Wow.
So Walker is actually siding with the Unity Party. He will let his comrade, his tribal man fire to go. If he does not promise that he will convert to it, because they are using the asset recovery, they are coming after, I think, $25 million mop or some kind of thing, which they will also not prove it because the Minister of Finance does not do map up. It is a central bank. So, again, they're going to go there and 12 will beat them again. And I think Bwaga will just collapse. Mind you, the former senator, the former head of the Immigration Service, Steve Zago, all of you forgot it. He lost his job because Bwaga wanted Samotua in handcuff at the RI.
Wow.
And that didn't happen. He said, you got to go. You are suspended. So, Bwaga is losing sleep over Samotua. I don't know what the young man did to him because he's carried away by the propaganda against him that 12 was weird and 12 was the government. Without 12, weird would be nothing. So they want to destroy 12. And in that calculation, that will minimize weird chance of winning. I mean, I'm not a sedition, I'm not a weird supporter, but that's why the United Party guys, that's a strategy. And Dwalo is part of that, unfortunately, very educated guy, but he's part of it. And I'm not surprised because anything that is good outside Liberia, including the United States, once it goes to Liberia, it becomes very rotten.
Corrupted. Corrupted.
Liberia is a very strange country. Anything Liberia touches, it loses its value. You see a good Liberian outside, they get to Liberia, they lose their value. And that's even the case of Dwalo. Dwalo is a very intelligent guy, very educated. I haven't met him. I've spoken to him a few times. I follow him. I used to follow his writing. But the views he used to express on perspective is not the same Dwalo that is on a rescue platform, Reclass, Reloader. Some of the views he expresses are so outrageous. You know, horrendous position he takes on national issues. You know, is that the same guy who was writing during Charles Taylor time? Or is that the same Dwalo here? So it's like Liberia is such a country that anything good, anybody that is good thinking outside, you go to Liberia, you get polluted.
You know, I mean, to that point, let me say this. To that point, Kehleboe, I think you spot on. But you know, there are people who can spew all rhetoric for the time. You just need to look beneath the rhetoric, and you will see that opportunistic sway that make them to compromise principle for money or for whatever they want to do that, compromise that principle for. These are the people that you see marching around the place. Because, you know, principle can't change, it can't bend. Everybody knows, everybody's sensible. Everybody with a functioning cerebral cortex know that the government case here was against number 2. That was the man they were going after. You come and put a spin on an obvious truth. What are you doing? This is obvious. Everybody knows this. So Dwalo has just undermined his own credibility by doing what he just did disgracefully. He has not succeeded because we all agree.
1 minute, 1 minute. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Samate, and I'm calling from New York.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a quick question. I keep hearing Dwalo. Is that the same Dwalo who wanted to scam the Liberian pool of $1 billion? It was not going to scam. This is Liberian pool should send their money there. Is that the same Dwalo or a different guy?
That's the same Dwalo.
That's the same.
I don't know about scanning, but that's the same Dwalo who is wasting Atwai.
That's the same squad Dwalo.
I don't know about scanning, but that's
he scam nobody.
No, he was trying
to do this.
He was trying to do the diaspora return.
Liberian fund, diaspora fund.
Yeah, like a stock fund,
the diaspora fund. The diaspora fund.
Oh God.
Yeah, Buddha say you can spend your time on phone to get talking, but then you count it's like you can all day spending on you count it's like then you write to the phone. Well, be not taking your call and you call the place.
Sylvester been sleeping all day long. You know, that man just let him push your fire. You know, but I'm gonna say somebody let him push your fire. He can't fight, but he let other people fight.
That means say there. Somebody say there.
Mr. Gayman, I got one more question, please. You know, I'm
That's why you always stop late.
Let me get
you only clash between your progressive.
I have one question, please, for the team.
This man lied about go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the situation, right? We've just heard the result where Mr. Tue has been free. I mean, found not guilty for all the charges. And we also have another prominent person from the CDC on ongoing trial, which is Mr. Kofa. So I'm just thinking, what happens if in the next few weeks or so, Kofa case comes to an end, he's found guilty? How do we see that? How do we do
it's an interesting supposition. I mean, but even from the get-go, you know that the Liberian National Police is deeply politicized, right? These were the same people who glossed over the investigation and brought these charges against Funati Kofa. So even people who wanted to testify in Kofa's favor, some of them were taken to the NSA and they were tortured. They were in the public, right? They said they took her to the NSA, they were tortured. The NSA is being once more gaining its notorious reputation as a torture chamber. They carry people that torture them to extract witness statements from them. Wrong, you can't do that. So, but I mean, I don't know. Our justice system is a little challenged. I don't know what will happen with the Kofa case, but from all that we know to be true, there is not a substantial evidence to convict Kofa. But again, the government is angry with Kofa.
Thank you.
Kofa, look, let's Kofa thing, right? Kofa tried to be a team player. Regrettably, Bwaka is not a team player. He's a deep-seated grudge-bearing old man. He bears deep-seated grudges. He said Kofa was the guy who was in the Seleke administration. He was the special prosecutor that prosecuted United Party, Vani Shemone in the Sabamani case. Bwaka got that against Kofa. So even as speaker, when Kofa was even trying to say some nice thing about Bwaka and his people were plotting against Kofa. Even when they uprooted Kofa and the court said you're wrong, what did Bwaka say? In sharp contrast. Bwaka were being impeached ever since. In sharp contrast to the Supreme Court opinion, Bwaka said, I will go where Koran is. No president ever done that before. The first statement any serious president will do in a functioning democracy is say, I respect the court's opinion, I have my disagreement, but we oblige. Bwaka said, I'll go to where Koran is and I get time for what to in there. And the former Supreme Court Chief Justice said, how they treated Yo? They treated Yo like somebody who they never seen before, even though Yo associated with the United Party before she even became Chief Justice, right? But because of the Kofa case and her ability to straighten her backbone and say truth to power, they treated her like nobody. Brother, Bwaka is a dangerous old man.
Thank you.
He's a dangerous old man. So we don't know what will happen to the Kofa case, but we can pray. We gotta keep praying because there's still a just goal.
Good.
Okay, the act of the moral justice, a long while, but it bent towards justice. The king, right? That's the act of the moral justice, out of the moral universe. Out of the moral universe is long, but it bent towards justice. Let's pray for Brother Kofa and other people.
Good.
But Bwaka is a dangerous man.
Let me get this on. Your name and where you calling from?
Thank you so much. I say Jackson, it's very difficult to let all people talk. Don't interrupt me. House of discipline.
Nobody interrupt you.
Listen now, Mr. Gilman. You have a show. When somebody calls into the show, I don't know why we Liberians always do this. You can disagree with me, like I would disagree with you. But when you start speaking to my character in order to make your point, something is inherently wrong with you on the network. If you try to do it. Now, every time all Liberians disagree, the fact is already been established. A guilty verdict came down. People saying, oh, I'm trying to speed the fact. Look, I say you have to sometimes understand and keep a little quiet and let other people talk. For the rest of the people on the network, I believe every time somebody defends their country, that means it's about job. There's something wrong with you. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with somebody working in government. I don't see anything wrong with that. But when you guys are making something about a court case that has almost nothing to do with the executive, and I call and give an obvious truth that anybody can verify that about 2 or 3 people were actually convicted, the government proved its case. What's that?
You on mute, Mr. Gayman.
To do with it. I mean, give me a chance. You call my show, I will give you the same courtesy. Okay? If you don't want me on the show, that's fine. But when people making a point, speak to what I've spoken to. To come to my character without any substantiation, shame on you. They like to tell me you can't do that. You and the other lady in the show.
Auntie Fena, you can't come and she on me. I will say, you see?
Then I attack you, even
but tell me, you're getting chance now.
Sorry.
People said I mean though.
But you did, so he shouldn't attack Heavy.
I know, I just said that he attacking me.
You and the other lady in the show, and I do on the bottom talking about Odwalu. He said, are you kidding me? This is a verdict that came down from the court. It is obvious. People were convicted. The government proved his case. Where did I say something that was wrong? Running and spewing garbage. After Johnson is better pronounce the words he is using. He will just talk, no here, no there, and he think he's making sense. Some things is really wrong with Arthur Jackson. And I think when people call into the show, address what I put forth. If you want to speak to my character, let's have a show. Let's have a one-on-one. The same time when I drag you in on Spoon FM, I will do the same thing again, Arthur Jackson. You are not the only person who's capable of talking. When people call into the show, speak to me what I spoke about. Not to my character, because you don't know who I am. And if I'm putting something forward, you don't like it, don't go ahead. In fact, we have raised almost $300,000. Have you ever raised $300,000 for a venture in Liberia? You have not done that. Thank you, Mr. Gayman, for the time.
Okay, let me say something quickly, right? To Brother Dualu. You know, Dualu is in a hurry to say something about me. It's a shame that he doesn't even have the intellect to follow unfolding development. He comes here and say 2 or 3 people got convicted. It shows you the bankruptcy of the clown who just calling himself Dualu. Because if you are a serious United Party person, you will go to the verdict and say exactly how many people got convicted today or that were found guilty and how many people. But he's not even sure of it because he's in a hurry. That's what brainless people do. This is a brainless clown that masquerading as somebody who's an intellectual. Because if you're an intellectual, the first thing you do is to go read. You haven't read, so you're not even sure 2 or 3 people found guilty. Clown. This is a clown show that you can't call and talk about. But I was not the one who even said that you try to defraud people of money. It was a caller who said that. I only remember when you were engaged in. I said, oh yeah, he was doing some diaspora fund thing. Everybody here can bear me all. Correct? So you call in the show and you on the clown show, you're Mickey Ball, you don't read, you just come there and start guessing things. If you want to be taken seriously, go and read what the juror said today. Then you can come back and defend your so-called United Party that is comprising of desiccated clown and people that we don't even have proper words to describe. You talk, this guy is always the president you've always been. And that's what I was warning Gongloe about. Don't mind these people who are performers. They got all these small records, they manufacture records here and there and can't execute it. When the real thing comes, you see the true character. This man is a soulless sycophant. That Dualu guy, he's a soulless sycophant. He has no spine. He doesn't even have the courage. He's talking trash. I have been sending you things to say on the Spoon Network. You want me to put the evidence also? I've been writing you in your inbox, telling you things to say. You clown. Where did you have debate with me on Spoon and you want me? You a clown, empty-headed clown. So stop it. Don't make pretense of your knowledge. You got zero knowledge. So let me say this. Let come in.
Mr. Gayman, just a minute, please. I think it's okay. Let us not continue on that route. Dualu call on the show. We ought to allow people, because other folks going to be calling on this show. I agree what he said, and as he has said enough, I mean, so we don't just move on the show and get to the other point and move.
Okay, 1 minute. Your name and where you calling from?
Thank you, Jerome. With regard, it's obvious that my dear brother Donald is not really listening or paying attention to the show.
No.
And even the 100 to connect to his character were not done by that were not made by Albert Jackson. So it's like he's all over the place here. It's unfortunate, Dwalo. Please listen to the show. The panelists on the show. And then to my dear brother, the liner guy on the show, question with regards to what happened with Councillor Kofa's case. Councillor Kofa's case was that the principles of being decided in their favor. And the verifier, the arbitrator and they dissolved that particular jury panel and contemplated on moving this case to another place. The police told her that they had geoscience evidence all over the place and they couldn't present it in court. So to sit here is wishful thinking here. People that support the United Party, I understand that. I think my dear brother is on the bandwagon because his line of man is the election commission chairman now. So that way you ask a critical question. But I'm sorry, Councillor Kofa was going to win our case. The case was almost decided, and they disbanded the
juror. Yeah.
The juror. So
Yeah.
I mean, you can. I think you can expand on it if you want to. Thank you.
Right.
I said, well, I try to follow that case. I spoke with one or two lawyers in Monrovia. And I mean, for Comrade Augustine Fire, the Solicitor General to call for the change of venue and to disband the juror, it was clear indication that they were going to lose the case. And clearly there is a nexus between a tort case and the capital arson case. That capital building thing was all about Fonati Kofa. Not all the other lawmakers. It's all about Fonati Kofa. And this one is all about Samuel Twer. Because the people believe, United Party people believe that Fonati Kofa filing shows that his net worth is about what, $17 million. So he has money to keep CDC up. And there were other dimensions to it. As Speaker of the Legislature, he and he's a former chair of the Liberty Party. So he was making surreptitious move towards DeLon and Yomli. And they got jittery that if Yomli and DeLon depart from the alliance and the Basel belt is in contention, then they don't have hope. So they have to go out. So there were two ways of going after, two reasons why they went after Kofa. One could be what Anthony Jackson said about his involvement in the Vanning Sherman case. But the other one was really the potential that Fonati Kofa could have led CDC and go back to Liberty Party with his wealth, and he and Yomli could have combined. He feared that combination, and they sought to bring him down, and that's exactly what it did.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, we are hearing from folks. We are talking about things behind the scene. When you see the people turn their cameras, all that Sarah is doing, they are behind the scene and they're doing a lot of talking and people are saying stuff. So,
Mr. Gayman, please, can you allow me to respond like in 2 or 3 minutes? I mean, 1 minute. Sorry. 1 minute. Yeah, so I mean,
I'm coming. I'm Johnny. Where are you coming from, please?
Yeah. So this is Johnny, and I'm calling from Sacramento. So this is what I wanted to say about this Dwalu guy. I think two things. Either Dwalu is confused or he got attention deficit. Because when he called, he doesn't even know who spoke about what. He attacking people who are friendly forces, firing friendly bullet at Telvi. Telvi did not even, if I tell you what, defending him. What kind of man is this? These United Party propagandists, they just come on the show and they just attack everybody. The next thing is, Asa Jackson did not even say what he even accused Asa Jackson of. These guys are just spinning this thing. The case was actually brought to disgrace and put Sylvester behind bars. If you lost the case about putting Sylvester behind bars, you lose the case. You understand? And you're talking about raising 300 million. That was somebody 1 year salary down there. You went to the government to ask for money to support that particular diaspora project. They refuse to give you money. The very government is supporting and putting more for everybody for every day. They can't give you money. They can't even trust you with $1 in a particular diaspora fund. I challenge you. Your website will go up. One more will try to get onto the website. We can't get to the website. The website crashed. You can't even manage the website. Then you come here, then you want to put your more on decent people. What wrong with the United Party minions? Thank you.
I think let me say that I think that brother made a very good point over there.
Be quick because Johnny have to go. He's in Liberia.
Johnny, go ahead, Johnny. I'll come after you.
Okay, so I mean, I want to make the brother who called and reference my question, and I hope he listened to me well, and Brother Gongloe also provided some information already. Look, I'm trying to analyze now. We are discussing how the government is interested in bringing people down through the legal process. So I'm just sitting here wondering, and I brought it up a particular question. If now that we are celebrating the success of Samuel Pewee being said not guilty, I'm just wondering, could they try to twist the system and say, okay, the next case now will be Kofa, so can we find him guilty? So I'm just asking, how do we feel? And I mean, what will be the situation if Kofa is found guilty? I know very well, I have been looking at the situation. I'm in Liberia, I've heard it, I've seen it. I know from my perspective, from what I've seen, I don't see how they will find Kofa guilty. I don't see it. I don't see the reason. I don't see any connection with evidence to link Kofa to arson and find him guilty. But I'm just saying again, like Justin has been saying here, the political influence into our justice system. Say, okay, let me one person free and make one person guilty. What would they say? That's what I'm talking about my point. So, my brother who listening to the call, I hope I knew your name. I'm not speaking in the term of saying that Kofa is guilty or not. I'm just asking this hypothetical question so that we can analyze it and be prepared for the uncertainty that will be coming in the future. Thank you.
I mean, and you're right. If you do a thorough analysis of even our judiciary where it stands now, you will be concerned. The current Chief Justice was made Chief Justice as a result of his dissenting opinion in the Kofa case. This is the only Chief Justice that sided with what somebody would call an obvious wrong. Everybody in the country knew that the way they removed Kofa was wrong. It is the Chief Justice who wrote dissenting opinion. And even to write that dissenting opinion, he contradicted himself. He had said something earlier in Nimba, in his hometown. And then when he came to Monrovia, he wrote a different opinion, dissenting. He was the only person who dissented. And because he was the only person who dissented, we don't know that's why the government had comfort in giving him the role. We don't know. But it gives a cloud of suspicion. That's what I think people should be concerned about. Where Liberia judiciary is headed. It's concerning. You talk about the Kofa thing, it's something that we all got to look at very seriously. Because Gongloe took the word from my mouth. He said, look, this case was almost at its concluding stages. And it is a strange practice for the Solicitor General to come in at the closing stage and to say, oh, we're disbanding the jury. We all substantial evidence to show that the jury had done something wrong. And say, well, we got to change the venue. What are you doing? So they got to go take a appeal and go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is going to an interesting court. You know what I mean? This is the Supreme Court. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
The NSA got Jackson. Just a joke.
No, actually, I think the same AI agent on him.
Well, let me close. I gotta run off.
Yeah, close. Go ahead, man.
It's now already. So
it's not fair to do your closing.
Is he okay? Afana, if he's okay.
Yeah, and the phone was like, yo, we call him. I can call him.
I hope Dwaruna need you.
Let me call him and come back.
They all buzzer people. So, but tell me, do your closing, then you can.
Now let me check with Mr. Jackson. I'll be back.
Yeah, go behind.
They say in this time.
Yeah.
General.
Well, when you say, and you who say when they come from under the water, and they tell you say dangerous down there.
Jerome,
let me do my closing. Yeah, let me do my closing.
Let's make a quick point. Sylvester Pewee, let me just for the record, because when I spoke here, I think your comment was
listen, you get all this show for my business, and I've been very quiet today. I don't want to talk.
Because I think, when I came on, your comment was...
Can I come in there, player?
Nobody making plan. You
said,
go.
opinion I expressed. No, but I need to put this. This guy went after my integrity.
Jala coming up the last one. This guy cracked me up.
Now we get time for Joma Jala, sir. Let me say,
when I came on here, I expressed an opinion. And Sylvester Pewee alleged that it's a moral opinion.
Joma Jala, you are freaking best. Go away.
You see, Sarah, now you can hear channel talk. What are you saying?
No, I'm talking to Joma comment.
No, that. What are you saying?
I'm making a comment. Jerome, take this down, man. You can't allow Unity Party to produce.
I know. Tell that for in front of all me talk.
So I think he probably his phone probably died or something.
Yeah, his phone died. He's using his phone.
Yeah. Yeah, Bob.
Let me tell you, when I come on the show, the view I express represent is authentic.
What did I say?
When I came here, you said this was your first comment after I made my first comment. I went to borrow this idea, my comment from Spoon. This is what
you're not following the show.
You were just reading something.
You're not following the show. So let me say this so you quickly before you continue. Someone, when you keep someone wrote it, go run out, borrow a thing from Spoon, that kind of talk. I was just echoing. Somebody
first of all, I was on FOL.
Come here, that Pewee view. You see, you cannot let Pewee be everything else to Pewee.
The person said you were watching Spoon first.
First of all, I was on FOL with Dennis Jar. You can ask Dennis Jar. You know.
debate night.
Yeah,
but who on the floor to close now?
I can close quickly. I'm hungry. My mouth is dry.
Go ahead. Tell me. Go ahead.
No. I think it's a good show. We can laugh about it, but I think it's a slap in the face to the government. They need to do better with the systems. Group after group is the same process. It's the same problem. So hopefully they will use this as a use case, because I know they got a whole bunch of kids lined up. Thinking about the girl from Fishery, you probably know her name. The one that Bungalow were under, Glasgow. That's another. That's another $1 million case again, and it's going to follow the same pattern. Who knows?
No, she not go. Who that you talk about?
The one that Bungalow were under, they bought a left CMC. Not Glasgow.
No. Bangura. That's
Bangura, yeah.
You talking about the former Mawani Diggs?
Yeah, Diggs. Yes. That's another $1 million case too. So I mean,
that's a case that ties some to. That's a case they bring against.
Oh, that's the same case.
I can say this for the record. They would, if they attempt, they can never bring anything against Tua again. Nothing.
They're coming with trial on that case. I can tell you.
Bring anything against Tua, you're just Auckland. Sorry to have you quickly.
No, go ahead, please.
Let agree Gongloe Tua, the first one that today that Tua already did now. You can't charge him again. I spoke to one deputy minister in the Ministry of Justice, or telling me, you see, that's the reason why if they don't listen, you bring problem. If you want to press the court, you have to have everything materially great to go and win the case. The message, if there were anything now against Tua, the Attorney General, I don't two things happen. The Attorney General may let them resign if they push him to bring anything, because anything against Tua now will be seen that it's politically motivated. You brought the first thing you say. Let agree to us so far that $1 million now. You cannot. There will be no indictment against him. I'm saying this,
especially if you don't have evidence.
Well, what I think about it.
The first one already. So he
that's true.
Did I say they wish hunting him?
But the fact that he was punished,
if you listen to Augustine Fire interview after the verdict, he said, "Asset recovery."
But that's what I'm saying. The fact that he was a punished minister, there are other cases that he'll be tied to just because he was there.
Yeah, and the fact they blunder on the one.
What if we're gonna win it? That's a different story, But he will be tied to several other cases. Just the fact that he was finance minister, he didn't want all the country money, and stuff like that. So Tualu, let me talk to my brother Tualu. Say he joined the United Party, but he works anyway. I didn't say nothing. I'm defending you. Professionally, I cannot accuse somebody of fraud if I don't have the evidence. I'm a certified fraud examiner. I cannot do that. And so when the gentleman was saying that, I had to, even though he was a caller, he entitled to his views, and the views that he expressed is not the views of the platform, but we have to give him the chance to express himself and then put the necessary checkpoints in place. And that's why I told him that I don't know about that, because I've never seen paper or any indictment in the U.S. that you defrauded, anybody or $1 million. But please don't, I know where you're coming from.
They
but
see when they get loud.
I know I didn't come there. I didn't say that about you, and I would not say that about somebody if I don't have proof. But it was a great show. Hopefully, the government can learn from this. If somebody said this is a win, then they gotta be joking. This is not a win, because you win. Who you wanted was Samuel Tour. We all know that. Even though I'm not a CDC person, but I'm not stupid. You want to start a tour and you got the Myeans or the supers in the office. That's not the person you want. So this is not a win. It's a waste of taxpayer dollars. And if I were you guys, I would be on the drawing table, go back, start spending money on resources, on applications, on training staff, on how you can fight fraud and waste and abuse in a better way.
Improve
that's what I have to say. You have a good night. CDC, you're going to rejoice. Sarah, tell me what the party is in Texas so I can go there tonight. Yeah, have a good night.
Oh, God. Great show. Let me go because I'm myself sleeping now.
Okay, so you can
this show, I want to say, just like Telvi said, the system needs to be improved. We all want our country to do better when it comes to corruption. We don't want people coming to serve in positions of power and steal or state resources. In order to do that, in order to have people convicted and stuff like that, the system needs to be improved. And according to what I heard, there's a system in place, but the government just not following it. So, especially with the national security, I think they need to do better with that system, that money, that trail of money. Right now, according to the budget, as we see the budget, there's a lot of money going to that particular area. We don't know what are they using with it, what they're doing, we don't know. So the problem is still the problem. After this government, there will still be a problem. So the system needs to be improved. If you want to convict people, improve the system so that you can see the trail of money. If somebody take money and put it somewhere, did this or did that, you know how to come after the person. But you can't just get a bunch of people together and say, okay, y'all can't find the other man guilty because he from the other party and we finish winning and so we won't see them. It doesn't work that way. So great victory for Tour and his people, and for TDC and the Liberian people. We need to, for this government, Unity Party government, you need to improve the system, follow the system, prosecute your own rogues. There are a lot of stealing that is going on in the Unity Party government. Let it be fair across the board. You go after CDC now, we agree. Go after your own rogues now. Let's see something. If you're really serious to fight corruption, a lot of cases in the Puebla where you really say, oh, it takes time. No, we have our poor people have cases over the little poor that been son of mine. How far is that case? You're jumping over all these things, going after these high-profile cases when poor people don't have justice. Poor people don't have justice. Okay? Shala Musu is dead and gone today. Her mom and dad don't have justice. We don't know who killed her. Okay? Let's get the thing across the board now. Give the poor people some justice too. Don't just be running after your opponent because you want to cripple CDC or they can never come back. The country not for you. The country for all of us. Everyone all have right to that country. We all have our voice and we'll speak our truth. When 2029, whoever wants to come there, the Liberian people vote in power, that's it. You can't change it. You can't change it. You can do all the political manipulation. You cannot change the will of the people at the ballot box. Do the right thing for the Liberian people so they can put you there if you deserve to go back there. Stop running after people. Prosecute your own rogues. Thank you.
Kehleboe.
No, let Johnny go.
Yeah, don't Johnny me close. Kehleboe, you see, I'm not. There's the fellow that you see the position there. I just highlight there so you can see it.
Pewee. Let me say this to you.
I don't want to say. I didn't say it.
Can you listen to me?
I didn't say it.
Pewee, I did not read this. You said it, so I reacted to you, right? If someone expresses pedestrian idea, you know me better. and you know I follow Liberian issue. I will go, but who on Spoon Network? That phobia hearing?
No, listen. I was not saying that. I was just saying. No, let's not move on.
No, I don't even
saying,
watch.
I didn't get credence. I didn't get credence to his thoughts. Right?
No, but you
just
said it. You said it, and I heard it from you. You didn't say. You did not say a commenter is saying this.
Okay, maybe I didn't. I should have said that. You're right. I should have said that. That. You win a case. The great Kehleboe.
Yeah, so let me get close. I want to close by asking the Ministry of Justice. The various prison facilities across the Liberia, a lot of poor Liberian people that are in detention, pretrial detention for over years for simple things. I want to appeal to the Ministry of Justice. Please do a visit around Liberia, from River Central to the other prison facilities across the country. People are there languishing for simple criminal offenses because they don't have the means to go for bail bond, so they are there languishing. In as much as the government want to fight corruption or fight crime, people need to be given justice to the system. The next thing I want to say to my government, all those that have been accused or suspected of committing crime on duty as government officials, let the government try her best to put people to trial. If they don't have evidence to come and say, well, these people that were accused of this, we have conducted investigation, they are clear, we don't have any evidence to prosecute them. Don't leave them, don't leave a Liberian people mind hanging. You do that, you create more doubt in the system, you undermine your own government system. So let me say thank you, Mr. Gayman, for hosting the show. Thank you for bringing the humor thing, the laughter, everything. It's a very sensitive matter, but you kept all of us lively as we discuss the issue that affect Liberia. But justice is key to our survival, to our governance system. Thank you, and God bless everyone. Have a safe night.
Robert Garguah, are you still here? Robert going to drink wine. Okay, Mr. Gongloe, you can do your closing so Joshua can go. It's almost 10 o'clock, so we can go home to our families, man. This is weekend. Okay, Honorable Jackson, go ahead.
But y'all let me on. I'm not on yet.
Yeah, you are on. We hearing you.
You on.
Come
But I said,
okay, but I mean, in closing, unlike other platform, I think the platform did its best to entertain opposing view. The platform that our friend Dwalo associated with will not have me on twice, like you did here tonight. So, I mean, the platform is more democratic and, open to free expression. You're not censoring any view, and I want to applaud you for doing that. Other people will not have us on their show because of the inability to articulate eloquently like we will do, and so I applaud you for that. The brother was talking about he raised money. The money you raise, you don't do anything serious with it, you start bragging before time. What are you doing with this? And everything you note about United Party people, they don't carry begging boy around, right? They were carrying begging boy around to restore Bwaka's health. Today, Bwaka has turned to millionaire overnight. Now, it's somebody who used to carry begging boy around like Bwaka used to do. And overnight, he become millionaire without doing any other private investment. Why do you think he engaged in the corruption? Don't be scared to call it by name. That's what they call Lester audit. The president was living on loan. He got sick. He couldn't carry inside the hospital, even though he worked in government for 40 years. All the money he worked for 40 years, couldn't carry in the hospital. He got to carry begging boy around. Today, he wear roller wire, he ride bulletproof car. The poor people still remain poor. He is incapable of running our country effectively. Those are signs and signals of corruption. That was not what was depicted of guy like Julius Nyerere, one of the venerated leaders on the African continent. Nyerere would ride bicycle to go in rural Tanzania. We are president today, you got to fly to Lofa. When you fly to Lofa, when you could drive your bulletproof car, then what are you doing? You're not even friendly to the environment. When Prince Charles came to America, he talked about the environment. Bwaka is helping to pollute the environment. Flying
up and down are one of the key ways people pollute the environment. And black guys engaged in that conduct. Forget about the wasteful spending. It's not good. On the cover thing, like you were saying, Brother Johnny, we are still confused and concerned about where our country is headed. With joy, we are talking about democratic decline. Those are some of the things. You can't talk about a strong democracy when you don't have an independent judiciary. A strong democracy encourages independent judiciary. Look at how the judiciary is being treated. A case is almost at its concluding stages. The Minister of Justice, the same Minister of Justice people who knowledge prosecute jury and the case. Just to play, disband jury, and say they're going for change venue, and people got to go to Supreme Court. It's not the way to treat the Liberian judicial system. And common people in the country, they don't have faith in our justice system. You think they will go there? And if they don't have faith in the justice system, what is in the rule? They will take the law in their own hands. We are seeing places where people take the law in their own hands because they don't have confidence in the system. This is the kind of thing Black are doing. When I talk about keep polluting the system of governance in the country, these are the things I'm talking about. When people don't have confidence in the system, obviously they don't go to the system. They will do other things. And Liberia can't afford it. Liberia been through this thing before. We can't afford it. So while we celebrate the victory of Brother Pewee, in order to live, we are mindful of where the Liberian judicial system sits. The Chief Justice we have, as Chief Justice, he was the first person to do violence to the universally accepted ethical standard that you cannot appoint or engineer the appointing of your own son to the judicial branch where you hear. They call it nepotism. There will be favoritism. When your son can in magistrate, you will favor him. Don't favor your son over other people. That's what our Chief Justice did. He made the president, in his own words, to appoint his son. When the public all cracking, then his son got to shamelessly resign. So I don't know the fidelity to that oath that he took. Because the Chief Justice himself was bragging. And no law in the country that say, I want to appoint my son. No law. People start showing him the law, showing him the judicial canon, showing him the code of conduct, showing Article 5 of the Liberian Constitution. Then he sat by. So we are in uncharted territory. The Chinese will say, they use the Chinese proverb to say, you are living in interesting time. That thing, living in interesting time, is like a curse. In Chinese proverb, it's a curse. Liberia is in an interesting time. But notwithstanding this, let's acknowledge this nugget of victory from the court. This nugget, and it's not even the, somebody make an intelligent point, it's not even the court that died. The person who spoke here was pessimistic, and that person's view could stand. That person said, if this was a just trial, today we got different verdict. That person who called and said that thing, you think they got confidence in the system? You don't have confidence in the system. What is the system doing for that person to have confidence? What is the system doing? It's to agree, the Solicitor General to disband jury when you know the case going against you. Is that what you're going to do? What is the system doing when small boys are being sodomized to death and the people who sodomize them still walk around and you run it behind somebody because the person calls? The other person who called today, they say, that man called yesterday, sister. Jesus Christ in the Bible, when he was aggrieved with sin, he didn't use polite words on sin. In fact, Jesus Christ reserved some of the harshest criticism for the Pharisees. Go check the Bible. That woman was supposed to be Episcopal woman. She didn't read no Bible. Go check the Bible. The Pharisees, Jesus Christ criticized them in the harshest of tones. He said, why? Because they are hypocrites. What hypocrisy is? You criticize Garguah, flying private plane bar, lack of transparency bar. Don't weaponize the judiciary. You can't weaponize the judiciary. You fly a private plane. You're not transparent. You doing unbudgeted spending more than what job we are doing. What is this now? Is that hypocrisy? And you think people should be polite in criticizing you? You really think so, sister? Go to your Bible. Jesus Christ, the epitome of mankind, of the supernatural. He got moved. He went to the temple where people were cheating, engaged in corruption, shorting the people. Jesus Christ turned the table upside down and threw them out. Why do you think he was that angry? Why do you think he called the Pharisee brew of vapors? You think when somebody call you brew of vapor, they're happy with you? He said you're a hypocrite. You like snake. You like gray. On top of you, what inside your heart dark. That's Jesus Christ. That's the Bible. All right? Our own president, former Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former president of the Republic of Liberia, when she was agreed with the injustice that meted her against her by former President Dopoh, did she use polite word to describe Dopoh? Did she? Is it not recorded that she called Dopoh an idiot? Is idiot a polite word? Is a polite vocabulary to use on a certain president then? She was aggrieved. So these people who come here, I come here to conclude. I know you're getting impatient. These people who come in here and say, oh, you know, but the United Party with soft glove will be polite and be saying kumbaya. Sorry. We genuinely love our country. If our country is going in the wrong direction, we'll not use polite words. We call things by their proper name. Bouaka, the level of heartlessness that's in Liberia is not demonic. And Bouaka is proving himself unfit to lead the country. He's in office, but he's not in power. If he's in office and he's not in power, he's not doing the work of the Liberian people. Article 1 of the Liberian Constitution is clear. It's all power inherent in the people. If there's safety and happiness at stake, he said they will change you. The Liberian people, it is your time to change this government. Democracy is about ordinary people taking power. That's what democracy is about. I wish our people well. Let them stand up. The CDC, now is the time for the CDC to start speaking. You must speak. Don't sleep, CDC. You can't afford to sleep. The same people who criticize you are doing exactly what you did. Bouaka has become everything that he criticized. It's a shame. And nobody should come here and call on people to sugarcoat wrong. We will not be deferential to wrong, to wickedness, to utter lawlessness.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
And I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Robert, today is Friday. We should have been out of here an hour ago, but the conversation, such as it is, our people were calling, and I still had to turn some of the line off because people just kept calling. I have about 5 people on the line, but I had to cut the line off. So today was a very interesting, boy. Geez, this court case in Liberia was something else. I know you gotta go drink your Dom Perignon. So
but it's great to great conversations, great listening to Attorney Isaac Jackson. I thought he spoke well, like always. Listen, you may not like his tone, you may not like his adjectives, you may not like his position, but you can't deny that if not all, most of what he lamented reflects the reality. The reality is, Mr. Gayman, that this government, in its second year, moving to the third, has failed the Liberian people. They came to rescue. Can we mute ourselves? I'm hearing echo for some reason. It's agitating. I don't know if it's coming from. I think it's coming. Isaac, I think you're done. Can you mute? I think it's coming from Isaac Jackson.
Honorable Jackson, can you turn off? Sign off. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, has failed the people. We have a whole arrest agenda, and what the promise of that agenda, and the R in that arrest stood for the rule of law. And when you look at the rule of law on key issues, we've seen it. They've not been shy about it. They've been very open. They've been transparent in their attempt to violate the Constitution. They've been very transparent with it. There's no secret about it. There's no secret that Joseph Boakai and this Unity Party has absolutely no regard for the rule of law. Uh, and so I'm happy today that the justice system, in in the hands of the jury, made the right decision today. I would like to know those juries. I would like to know them. I would like to, sit and have a conversation with them and their thought processes and the evidences and how they were able to analyze and deliberate on this verdict, because you did not need this trial to conclude that this was witch hunt. You did not need this trial to conclude that they attempted to break what they felt was an integral part of CDC. You did not need this trial to see. It was glaring that they were thinking not just governing the country, but they were thinking about the next election and how having individuals like Samuel Tuer and others would affect them. And so I'm glad that the justice prevailed. And to those that are questioning, whether or not this crime could have been committed, well, we should ask the prosecution. It was their responsibility. This is not a Joseph Boakai persecution, Mr. Nagbe. This persecution works on and for the Liberian, on behalf and for the Liberian people. They are there for specific reasons, to persecute cases on the behalf of the Liberian people. What they've done is to go after political opponents. That's not the reason why that office was established. It wasn't established to fight political battles. No, to fight relevant cases on the behalf of the Liberian people. And so everyone on this platform wants to fight corruption. But the approach, the way we do so, must be balanced, and it must reflect the truth, not to say, not gossip, and not political witch hunting. And so I'm glad that the jury made the right choice today. And I'll close on this note. It just doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I think Attorney Jackson kind of alluded to it. But the fact that Samuel Tuer was the main target, and that they could not get Samuel Tuer, and he was found not guilty, Sylvester. You are the foreign guy here. That they were found not guilty. That the other guys are somehow found guilty on similar charges. I think it raises red flag. I will urge those lawyers to file an appeal. I'm not a lawyer, but just looking at this face value, this is an easy overturn on these verdict. And again, I hope that we're paying attention. I hope that prospective government, I hope they're watching. And I think that Sam Jackson is a good man. The fact that CDC did to Jackson, and it also tells you that Joseph Boakai should start doing what George Weah did. Jackson just said that the former president called him and offered an apology. The former president admitted to, listen, in hindsight, I think what we did to you was wrong. We want to offer an apology to you. That's what good leaders do. That's what good leaders do. So I think President Joseph Boakai should learn from that. He should call Samuel Tuer to say, Mr. Tuer, I think we were wrong on this one. Even though I didn't agree with it, as they said, the president wasn't pushing there. It was Kofi Woods and everything that the government does. The president is unaware of it. But somehow when he becomes aware of it, he does nothing about it. So I will give him the benefit of the doubt. But I want Samuel Tuer to come on national radio and say, you know what? The president, in his wisdom and his experience, called me and said, in hindsight, we did the wrong thing. There were no evidences. We shouldn't have taken national security classified cases to court. We shouldn't have done that. I look forward to that day that you come on national TV and radio and said that. President, we did that to Asa Jackson. And so should Asa Jackson hold grudge on something that the president admitted to and took responsibility for? No, I don't think so. So listen, great show. I'm happy for the former finance minister, and I'm only happy for him because the prosecution failed to present the evidence and prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, only because of greed and political witch hunting. It's bad under Unity Party. It will be bad under CDC. It will be bad under any other political party in governing. And this is wrong. And we will speak up like we're speaking on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gongloe.
Well, great show, great show. I joined the show late because I was with Dennis Jai on Friday night debate, but I was following our show. And I think tonight, back in our country, something that I don't want to say significant.
Honorable Jackson, you gotta mute yourself.
Honorable Jackson, you can sign off now.
Pewee. My man want to be listening to you.
Get mute.
Then turn your camera off.
I'm going upstairs now. I'll mute. I'm going upstairs. I'll mute. 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So something significant happened in a way that, and I think President Bouaka, if he's really ready to lead the country, we actually either seize a moment and say our judiciary is strengthening. We accept the verdict of this case and we move on. I think maybe that could be the president's public reaction to this, but I don't believe the president is at that point yet. I believe he's angrily reacting. I believe he's going to react, knee-jerk reaction. I believe he's going to throw my own comrade, Augustine Fire, under the bus. Not
he's
because
incompetent. He's incompetent. He should get dismissed. He should be dismissed, including the Attorney General, the Attorney General of the Republic of
why
Liberia.
you
They're
think so?
incompetent.
You're gonna lose a case? They didn't have a good case. Why you want them to?
There was no evidence. Why did they even go to court?
Well, sometimes these cases are pushed by the president.
Okay,
Yes.
so then don't expect the president to do what you're asking.
Oh no. So when you lose a case, the president is a non-lawyer. He will say, "Oh, this evidence is slim down. Go to case." Look, I remember the case of Chai Julu, right? President Salif felt that Chai Julu, the treason case, they had evidence. There were officials in the Ministry of Justice that felt that the evidence was not sufficient to go to court. But the president felt strongly that the evidence was strong, they must go. So Francis Johnson Morris and I think Philip Banks, they said, okay, we're going to go to court. They went to court, they lost the case, and the president was angry. But the guys in the Department of Justice, they knew that they didn't have a strong evidence, they would lose the case. And they kept giving her signal that, no, if they will lose this case, it just means that the judiciary has strengthened. That should be the government reaction. Because they knew they didn't have a strong case, right? So these things do happen in government, particularly working with a president who believes that it's politically expedient for them to have certain case and to have certain victory. They will go after it. And you got to be a team player. You agree with your boss. You go ahead with it. It doesn't mean as a lawyer, you believe it was a strong case. So, and I think this is the same thing was in the case of Troy here, because they could not put Troy on the scene of the crime. All of the thing, criminal facilitation or whatever, they could not put in, and no one could say, yes, I gave Troy a share of the money. Or Troy did not go to encash a check at Central Bank. He did not withdraw. So it was difficult to paint Troy, particularly to this occurrence commissioner in a crime, right? So if our President Bouaka advisor, my reaction would be, hey, we accept the verdict. It shows that the judiciary is independent of the executive. We're going to move on to the next stage. We need unity in the country. He would rather come with maybe a unity message to give himself a soft landing. Then the government will come out of the case as a victor. That yes, the government is commending the judiciary. The government is calling for peace and unity and dialogue. I think that's the best way for President Bouaka. But in this case, Bouaka is still angry. He's listening to the United Party cadres, and I think they're going to go after Twe because their ultimate objective is Twe, Magay, and Bill Traore. And there's a reason why Bill Traore is very quiet. He's not talking because they're not done yet. They're going to go after all these guys. They believe that these are the guys who have maybe the financial wherewithal to get the CDC back to power. They're going to go after them. That's my closing.
Thank you. Let me give Honorable Pewee. You got the last word here. Honorable Pewee. Is he frozen?
Pewee has gone to consult with new progressive leaders.
Oh, okay. Pewee, if you are listening to us, it's your closing. You got the last word.
He's on the phone, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, listen, it was a beautiful show.
Can you hear me?
Yes, your time to close.
I think I was muted. Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the excellent moderation. I think it's a good thing and it's excellent. But one thing I want to say here, I think the fact that Mr. Twe won the case today and we ought to just move on as country, follow the facts, follow the law. The law will always be the law and the rest of that. I think we spent much of the time here. I just want to wish everybody a wonderful good night.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's do this on Monday. Don't forget this Sunday is Mother's Day. Be good to anybody who is a motherly figure to you. And definitely don't forget your wife because you'll be in trouble. Johnny, I don't want to come to Monroe and see you sleeping outside. You better be good to your wife. God bless, guys.
It's 2 o'clock in Liberia.
Yeah, let's do it Monday, guys. Let's do it again Monday. God bless.
I mean, he can't show know.
Yeah, he going shopping.
Okay, let me ask it here.
Disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother to implement it. You will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to beat? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bouaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bouaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouaka, if all of them were taking the President Bouaka and behaving the President Bouaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they don't have. They do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot, because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence or any student because of the action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Boy and Water with impunity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First blow. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bola can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put a hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Jamaku, young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaku, the major went to I forgot that Jamaku. The majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun Ninja can reach yourself. Kun man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Liberia. But Liberia,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere, you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians, come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital rule, small, then rule, B rule, all kinds of stuff in the place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He named senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed himself up, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa on a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elected on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elected on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.